Well. I found my insane clown posse hat as I was getting changed, and I thought that might be an appropriate intro song for our school investigation streams. Yes, I've been a juggalo since I was in high school. It's true. I've been to the concerts, I've been sprayed by the soda, and it was amazing! And I have no shame about it. I love Insane Clown Posse. I always have loved Insane Clown Posse. I think they're great. Their newer stuff, meh. But the old school stuff, pretty rad. So that might be our theme song for Schools Exposed Investigations, guys. Welcome to the stream. We are going to be doing a live investigation today on the, I think, Seattle public schools. I think that is ultimately what I ended up picking. And so we got lots of stuff to dig into today. I don't know why the stream had me set it. I scheduled it at 6:30. I don't know why StreamYard would do that to me, but no, we're doing it live at 5 per usual. So today we are going to be doing an investigation into the Seattle public schools. And I can already tell you that I know that this is going to be a doozy because I haven't looked at their website at all. So I did Google them earlier. And one of the things that came up instantly when I Googled them is that, oh, look at this. The teachers are striking in Seattle. So I don't know why the teachers are striking. We're going to find out, I suppose. But apparently the teachers in Seattle feel that their needs are more important than the needs of their students. I am shocked at this revelation. We've talked about all the time about how teachers and teachers unions apparently think teachers are more important than students, and they will always put the needs of the teachers ahead of the needs of the students, which is why we are experiencing massive learning loss like we have never experienced before, because for 2 straight years, the teachers put their mental health needs ahead of the needs of the students in their classes that they were forcing to wear masks for no good reason. And so it doesn't actually surprise me at all that the teachers union in Seattle is striking. And we might look into that. I've got some other stuff pulled up too, just to have it ready to go. But I really have no idea what we're going to find, guys. I've got the website for the Seattle Public Schools, the school district. When I'm doing school investigations, I usually start at the district level and I kind of work my way down from there, unless I'm going into a specific high school. And usually I tend to go into high schools just because that just tends to be where I play. That's not to say we can't look at elementary schools and all that stuff. But the reason I start at the district level is oftentimes districts will have equity offices that they're not just responsible for one school. They will permeate their nonsense out throughout the other school districts as well. And so when you start at the district level, you're looking at things that are impacting all of the schools. And so it gives you a much better view, just that high level view. So that's why I tend to like to start at the school district level. Although sometimes we do go by school by school. It really just depends. But we're starting at the district level today, and we are going to see what we find. Now, of course, this is what I want to teach parents how to do. These investigation streams where we are doing deep dives into school districts using only publicly available information, things that they are posting on their website, things that they are posting on their social media, things that individual staff members like teachers and principals and superintendents and diversity directors are posting on their social media. We look at all that stuff. And what I'm working on right now is a training program to train 10,000 parents. That is my goal, on how to do all of this stuff so that they can keep an eye on their particular school districts. Listen, let me be blunt. The things that we're going to do here today, they're not rocket science. Anyone can do them. One could, and some have, made the argument that literally all I'm doing is searching a website. And that is very true. All I'm doing is searching a website, which means that anyone can do this. The problem is that many parents are very busy. They have jobs. They have to do errands. They have to keep up the house. They have to shuttle the kids around, especially now that we're getting back to school. They have to shuttle the kids around to practices and games and after school activities. And sometimes parents just like to have time to themselves. And so all of this is to say that, can anyone search a website? Yes, they can. And I want to teach at least 10,000 parents how to do just that. But most of the time, they don't do it for 2 reasons. A, they're really busy. B, When you get into some of these websites, whether that be for an individual school or a school district like we're going to do today, it is a fire hose of information. It is a fire hose of information. You are overwhelmed with the amount of information you find. And oftentimes you don't exactly know where to look because they call these offices and these programs different names in every single school district. We just did one in Rochester, New York. And this is actually funny because Rochester, New York is like the first school district we've ever investigated where we're actually totally cool with the equity program there. I'm completely fine with what's going on in Rochester, New York. I actually think they're doing a great job. They're doing it the way it should be done, which means they're involving parent. They actually have a whole group just dedicated to parent involvement, which I think is awesome. They are doing it based on individualism. They're trying to lift everyone up. So they aren't doing the typical woke kind of thing, and I really respect that. But I bring up the Rochester, New York school district because in that school district, the equity program is called the Real Team. It's called the Real Team, REAL. And the reason that I bring that up is that I would never have thought to look for, if I'm looking around to try to figure out, is a school district teaching this woke nonsense? Are they teaching far left progressive ideas? It would never have dawned in my mind to look for something called the Real Team. So they're using different names across all these different school districts. And so it's sometimes you just don't know where to look. You don't know what you're looking for. It is a little bit abstract. I don't know what I'm looking for on these sites, but I know when I found it. And so all of this is to say, can parents do this on their own? Yes, they can. But you know what's really helpful? When they have people to teach them how to do it, to download all of the knowledge that I have in my brain from now doing way more of these school investigations than I ever thought I would do in my life. I want to be able to download all of my knowledge, give it to parents, give them a way to have on-demand videos teaching them how to do this, also to have monthly live sessions where we can talk through different problems, we can do troubleshooting. They have a live person to help them. That's what I'm trying to build with the Schools Exposed program. I'm taking all my experience as an industrial organizational psychologist, designing these types of online training programs for massive corporations, and I'm taking that and applying it to fighting back against the woke left. I need your help in order to be able to do it, because in order to be able to launch a program like this, it requires two things. It requires a metric F ton of my time to be able to build the program, which means that I can't take on consulting or outside work that I don't usually talk about like on these streams, but I can't do that stuff while I'm doing this, because building out this program, I've started sketching out kind of like a curriculum. It's going to be a lot. I'm just letting you know. It's actually much more complicated than I originally thought it was. I'm up for the challenge. Don't get me wrong. It's just going to take a lot of time in order to be able to do it. But actually the bigger problem than my time is the technology, because I really do want to run 10,000 parents through this program. And to be able to scale an online training tool to something that is that large, that can effectively serve that many people. And by the way, it's going to be delivered on a private training platform, because I'm not going to deal with cancellation or any of this bullshit. That requires money. That's just the way it is, guys. And so I launched the Schools Exposed crowdfunding campaign about 2 weeks ago now, I think, a little less than 2 weeks ago. And we actually hit our funding goal within 4 days of $10,000. And I'm really, really thrilled about that. But we do still have 47 days left where you can get some amazing perks, get some offers. And I want to tell you about what those are. And you can find out more about the Schools Exposed program that I'm going to build. Again, essentially, what I want to train parents to do is I want to download everything that's in my brain and give it to parents so that they can keep an eye on their schools. Because I can't look into every school. You can't look into every school. The only people that can really keep a watchful eye on what their schools are doing in real time are parents. And so we need to empower parents with this type of information to help show them how to do it, to teach them how to walk them through things, to make sure that they understand, because it is not, again, that they cannot understand how to search a website, is that they need to understand how to do it in a timely manner and to have a community of like-minded people that they can rely on. And so that's what I'm raising money for. I'm going to launch this program in January. You can get some great perks for $50. You can be one of the first people to get access into the program. There are only 50 slots available at the $50 level because once this launches, I'm going to be selling it for $99 for a lifetime access. It's like a one-time fee that includes everything. And that's going to allow me to continue to scale the technology and do other things that I want to be able to do with it. After those 50 slots are gone, the price is going to go up to 75 in the Indiegogo campaign. And once the program launches in January, it will be $99, and that's just going to be what it is. So this is a great opportunity to get in at like a discounted rate because you're supporting the development of the program. And so that's my way of saying thank you for supporting the development. Also, and this was by special request of members of my community, I have an option to get both access for you and to give a scholarship for someone else because I have always and do intend to make this program available to people who can't afford the fee. That is very important to me. But what I loved is that my community members said, Carlin, can we have an option to give you more money and you can use that money to put towards scholarships? Yes, you can. Absolutely. And so at the $90 level, you can get not only access for yourself, but also pay for a scholarship for someone else to get into the program that might need it. There's some other great perks as well to include signed copies of my book, to include private training with me. I'll even investigate your school. And at the $1,000 level, I will knit you a shawl. And there are only a limited number of slots for that shawl available. I'll tell you that because knitting takes a long time. You got to be prepared to wait if you're getting the shawl option. But I'll pick out the yarns. I will work with you to make sure you love the colors. And I will knit you a beautiful, one of a kind, hand knit creation that no one else in the world has. And those who've been following me for a while know that I do not sell my knitting because I don't want to make knitting a job. I love knitting and I don't want to make it a job. And so this might be the only opportunity you have to actually buy one of my hand knitted creations because I really do not do this all that often. And I promise I will make it beautiful. I will make it amazing. And that is the Schools Exposed program, guys. If you would like to help support this, and I would really like a marketing budget for this as well. I didn't actually budget a marketing budget into the original program cost, quite frankly, because I thought that it was going to be a lot harder to raise $10,000 than it actually turned out to be. And I want to thank my community of people who just, I mean, 4 fucking days. I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe that we've already hit this fundraising goal and even surpassed it. But now what I would really, really like is a marketing budget. I want to be, and the reason I say marketing budget is that I want to be able to go out to where parents are, like some old school marketing tactics, like advertising in parent flyers and like those magazines that you pick up at the supermarket, like the freebie stuff, and doing leaflets and doing door hangs and stuff like that. I really do actually believe that like old school marketing is much more effective these days. And and this is coming from someone who I was one of the first digital marketers like that like existed like 20 years ago. And so like I think that digital marketing has its place, but I want to go old school. And that's how I think we're going to be able to reach 10,000 parents. This is going to be a grassroots effort. So if you would like to help me out, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. It is in the description below somewhere. And you can head over to unwokearmy.com/parents if you would like to learn more about the campaign and see more information about it and also support the work I'm doing. All right, now we are going to get into the Seattle Public Schools. I promise you. But I'm going to point of personal privilege. Does anyone mind if I take a point of personal privilege? You don't know what the point of personal privilege is yet. So let me know in the chat. Do you mind if I take just like 5 minutes, maybe 6, and have a point of personal privilege? Does anyone mind? I'm going to wait for the chat to respond just so I know I have your permission. I'm going to take a sip of coffee. It's been quite a day so far. Let's see. Sin does not mind if I take a point of personal privilege. H. Tom doesn't mind if I take a point of personal privilege. Emily doesn't mind. Incognito doesn't mind. Casimir doesn't mind. All right. Deb Filming. It has been alerted to me that Deb Filming, stepmom Deb, as we like to call her, has been screaming and ranting about me on Twitter for the better part of the last couple of days. Now, this is like a perpetual state of being for Deb, And so usually I tend to ignore it. Deb just can't help herself. She screams and cries and rants all the time. Yes, Spot, that is correct. Little Debbie. Little Debbie, who apparently has photoshopped her profile picture to look like a cartoon that is 20 or more years younger than Deb actually is, which is a little unhinged in and of itself. If we're honest, I may play Insane Clown Posse and wear funny hats, but Deb is actually photoshopping herself looking a lot younger and pretending that that's her. And that's a little weird in and of itself. But that's not actually what I want to talk about. That's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the fact that if you go to Deb Filming's Twitter replies right now, all she's doing is complaining about me. She's bragging that she is in a cancel mob, a cancel horde, because that's, good little anti-woke activists definitely go around joining cancel mobs and bragging about that. But you know what? The thing of it is that I'm really pissed off about. Well, not pissed, because again, this is a perpetual state of being for Deb, so I'm not even really surprised that she's doing this, is she is arguing with our friend, Dennis Pratt, and she's trying to turn Dennis against me, which she has been trying to do for months now. Deb has again been complaining. What she's complaining about is my infamous Hitler went to heaven tweet, which I do not apologize for. Sorry, Deb. I tweeted this in December, and Deb is still effing complaining about this tweet. Pretty sure Mein Kampf and the Communist Manifesto sold millions of copies too. Doesn't make them worth reading or correct. Well, I mean, I don't know if Deb doesn't maybe wants to hear this. I actually have read Mein Kampf, and I have also read the Communist Manifesto, because some of us, Deb, like reading books that we might not personally agree with, but that give us insight into other perspectives, even if we think those things are horrific, as both Mein Kampf and the Communist Manifesto are. So, whatever. Whatever. Yes, Julie, this is another tweet from the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire, and I had nothing to do with, because I have nothing to do with the Twitter, but I don't actually like that they're doing this sort of thing. To be really honest, this one, I'm not a fan of this one personally, but I'm not involved in the Twitter. So whatever, the Twitter people are going to do what the Twitter people do. But the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire did tweet a picture of Zelensky with a Hitler mustache, saying when you order Hitler on wish.com. Their point is that there are legitimate neo-Nazis in Ukraine, and that is true, that are being funded by Zelensky, which is true. But even more than that, are being funded by the United States through Zelensky as a proxy. That is the point that they're making. But of course, Deb is willfully misunderstanding that and ranting about me and that tweet in the replies for days and days and days at a time. She should be doing activism. I don't know why Deb spends so much time focused on me when she could be doing what we're going to spend the next several hours doing, which is doing activism and looking into the schools. And I promise we're going to do much more on the schools today than we are on Deb. But Dennis tweeted, I don't think you understand libertarianism. We don't want, actually, let me go into this one so we can actually just see the context of this, because unlike Deb, I actually like context. So Dennis is basically telling people that are mischaracterizing me that they're dishonest. Apparently I'm a thin-skinned, amoral, bully, histrionic, and so Dennis is defending that because Dennis actually has honor and Dennis has integrity, and we love Dennis. And he says, I don't think you understand libertarianism. We don't want to govern you. We believe you are an autonomous human being, fully and exclusively owning your own body. And we reject anyone, even a politician, whether Jewish or anti-Jewish, who would treat you as their slave. Dennis taking the high road as always. And Deb responds to him. Hang on. She doesn't even believe that if she believes in predestination. First of all, this tweet doesn't even make any sense that Deb is saying. She doesn't even believe that if she believes in. Okay, Deb has, in her fury, in her Twitter outburst earlier today, has not made a point that is grammatically correct. I guess we can forgive her for that. She doesn't even believe that if she believes in predestination and spirit realms, free will is kind of a prerequisite for libertarianism. Otherwise, we should control the people who have no control over their psychotic soul choices. This is pretty basic shit. Now, Deb, point of personal fucking privilege. I do not believe in predestination. I am not a Calvinist. I have never believed in predestination. I have never been a Calvinist. And you keep making this shit up that has no actual basis in reality at all. Deb, what I believe is that we are spiritual beings having a human experience. We are spiritual beings first. We are spiritual beings last. We will always be spiritual beings who are having a human experience. Now, let's just back up and think about just human decision making for a second. Human beings sometimes set goals in their life. They sometimes say, yeah, I want to achieve X, Y, B, and Z. I want to have this type of experience. And then they do things in their life to try to achieve the goals that they have set. Sometimes, in the course of trying to achieve those goals, they decide that those goals really aren't what they want. They aren't the things that make them happy, and they change direction. That is what free will is. We can decide something someday, and then several days or weeks or months or years later decide, you know what? Don't want to do that anymore. And we can make the choice to go in a different direction. The same is true for choices made in spiritual form before we become humans. Because again, we were spiritual beings before we were born. We are spiritual beings as we are existing in this human realm. We will be spiritual beings after we were born or after we die. We can make decisions about what we want to experience in this human realm, come here, have the instinct, the subconscious programming to live out the decisions we've made in spirit, but we also have free will. We, as human beings, can make the choice to do something else. We always have free will. I've always said that we have free will. Deb, you cannot claim to believe in truth, as she did. She did. She said here to Dennis. Dennis was telling someone they were being false and dishonorable when it came to me. Deb says, facts are never dishonorable. Deb, the fact is that I have always said that we have free will. I have never deviated from that. And if you are still getting your panties in a twist over a tweet I sent in December, 10 fucking months ago, Deb, that you don't like, you are an unhinged lunatic that is no different from everyone out there with Trump derangement syndrome. And since you're doing crazy shit, like scream about me all day on Twitter, when you could be doing things that are actually productive, you're doing crazy shit like photoshopping yourself to look 20 years younger than you actually are to fit in with this younger crowd that you are trying to get to endear to you for reasons beyond my understanding. Like, I'm sorry, Deb. This is unhinged lunacy. Now, of course, what Deb is really upset about is that my crowdfunding campaign beat her crowdfunding campaign. That's what she's really upset about. That's what's really going on. Deb is upset because she tried to raise $3,000 for someone through her crowdfunding campaign to get him a computer that he didn't need because he had a giant cash payment from his government from several months ago. Tens of thousands of dollars he has sitting in his bank account that his government just gave him. So he didn't actually need the $3,000 in the first place. And ask him for the price tag on that computer, Deb, because I guarantee you that it was over $3,000. I know what computer he wanted. He wanted a $6,000 computer. And I think that that's the one he got. But Deb tried to raise him money so that he could make thumbnails for her because that's what Deb does. She uses autistic boys to do her graphic design because she doesn't know how to do it herself. And then I outraised her by a level of 3 times within 4 days of launching my crowdfunding campaign. And she's pissed about that because it just shows that Twitter followers don't actually mean everything. I did this after I lost my personal Twitter account. So Deb's having some feelings. But just to confirm to everyone, we don't listen to Little Debbie and her Twitter fits about me. And Deb, I have always believed in free will. And if you actually believed in truth, then you would know that because I've said it 18 times from Sunday. And if anyone else has questions about what my spiritual beliefs are, though I can't imagine why anyone would, because who really cares? Who really cares? I'm not going to apologize for my spiritual beliefs. I'm not going to change my spiritual beliefs to placate someone's fragile sensibilities. That's not going to happen. Exactly right, bot. Little Debbie is having a tantrum. She's having a tantrum today. And that's why, yes, exactly. Julie, donating towards a computer for a stranger who's just doing Deb's graphic design for her because she can't get a Canva account and do it her damn self. Donating to a computer for a complete stranger who doesn't do anything other than Deb Filming's bidding versus training 10,000 parents how to do this shit so that we can actually build an army fighting back. Gee, I wonder, Deb, why more people were compelled to give to me than were compelled to give to you. The mystery will astound us all forever. But that's really all I had to say. Thank you guys for allowing me to do my point of personal privilege. I appreciate the leniency. And now we're going to get down to business because unlike Deb Filming and her crying horde on Twitter, we're actually going to do real shit. And today we are going to be investigating the Seattle Public Schools. Mount that like button if you are ready for a live investigation. And you are, of course, welcome to participate in this investigation. Like I said, I have no idea what we're going to find on the Seattle Public Schools website because I haven't looked yet. But we're going to start off like any parent might do, and we're going to do it live. Now, the first thing, like I said at the beginning of the stream, is that apparently the Seattle Public Schools are the teachers in the Seattle Public Schools are on strike today. So the very first thing I want to do is find out what is going on. Why aren't teachers in school teaching kids? Let's read this story from CNN, which just happens to be. I just got some good news. I got some good news. Okay. I'll tell you guys about that later. Let's just read this story on CNN. First day of school in Seattle delayed as educators go on strike. The first day for Seattle public school students in Seattle for public school students in Seattle delayed after the teachers union became the latest in recent weeks to go on strike, demanding more support for students with the greatest needs. That's equity. This means equity. Demanding more support for students with the greatest needs means equity. Right off the bat, we know what they're striking over. Workload balance, the poor teachers, and class size controls, along with better compensation. The Seattle Education Association, and I do actually have the Seattle Education Association website pulled up as well. We're going to look into them, which represents about 6,000 employees, including teachers and other school professionals in Washington State's largest public school district, is set to begin their strike at 7:30 a.m. on Wednesday, the same day school was to start for Seattle Public Schools' 50,000 students. So they're striking over equity and over wanting more work-life balance. 93% of us are working more than our assigned or contract hours, and 25% of us are working 10 plus additional hours per week. Oh, the poor teachers. The poor teachers. I guess we'll probably find out more about that, but that's not really what I'm interested in. I mean, I do think that it is interesting from hang on. Okay, here's the good news I just got. So, this is a side note. We do have ballot access for me running for governor of New Hampshire. I will actually be listed on the ballot, like properly. I don't have to do like a write-in candidate or like any of that. But there was another woman who was running as a libertarian for governor of New Hampshire because they hate me. They're just as obsessed with me as Deb Filming, and they hate me so much in my mean tweets so much that they ran someone else against me. And today is the filing deadline to get on the ballot, and we think they failed. We're pretty sure they failed because they aren't on the list of people who made the ballot. So fingers crossed that the rogue libertarian candidates in New Hampshire fail. But that was the message that I was getting. That's pretty exciting. We weren't sure what was going to happen there. All right, let's look over here. We're going to start off with the Seattle Public Schools School District website. Now, the very first thing that I like to do when I'm doing an investigation is what? We're going to do a pop quiz. What is the first thing that I do when I am investigating a school district? Does anyone remember? There's a lot of places we could go on this website. Again, I don't know where we're getting started. I don't know what's on this website. What is the very first thing we should do? Bot! Search for equity! That is correct, bot. Grandma Nay got it, search for equity. Reagan got it, search for equity. Sin, search for equity. Brian, search. Now, the search function is not always the most ideal way to get at things. There are definitely instances where the search function is not going to bring everything up, but the search function can also be really helpful sometimes, just to give us some guidance. And look what we've got here. 2,730 results for equity. The reason that we search for equity is that right now, and this could change in January when the Schools Exposed program launches, okay? Like right now, equity is the least offensive term that they have to describe what they're doing. And so searching for equity is going to bring a lot of stuff up that's going to start to steer us in the right direction. If we go on the Seattle Public Schools website and we do a search, I'm just going to do this as an example. Search. If we go on their website, and why aren't you scrolling? That's weird. If we go on the Seattle Public Schools website and we search for critical race theory, 3 results. 3 results. Now, this is actually giving us some interesting information though. But there's only 3 results. Why? Because the Seattle Public Schools has probably done their level best to scrub every reference to critical race theory off of their website. But look at this. Contact us. Seattle Public Schools. What is this about? They have a Department of Racial Equity Advancement. Look at this. So maybe it is sometimes worth doing a search for critical race theory right off the bat. Look at this. Seattle Public Schools Department of Racial Equity and Advancement. The contact us page comes up, and it came up because of Dr. Conrad Webster. So let's just find him. So now we have their staff list. We have the entire staff list for the district. Look at this. They've got a director. That director has an admin. They've got a program manager, a project manager, 3 racial equity specialists, and a racial equity advisor. And if we go into Dr. Conrad Webster is a critical race theorist. There he is. Very handsome. He is a critical race theorist. But I thought critical race theory wasn't taught in K through 12 schools. If critical race theory is not taught in Seattle public schools, then why are the Seattle public schools literally employing someone in their Department of Racial Equity Advancement that in the very first line in his bio says he's a critical race theorist? I'm just saying. He's a critical race theorist, writer, organizer, facilitator, professor, and education consultant from Houston. Dr. Webster came to the Department of Racial Equity and Advancement, DREA. Every time you see DREA, think racial equity. In 2020, after serving as a college preparatory advisor for the College Success Foundation and an adjunct professor at Pierce College. Dr. Webster focuses his free time on Black male empowerment, social justice, education, mental health, mentorship, business, and finance. If it's part of your healing, he will cover it. So we got a critical race theorist on staff. Lots of people on staff. Not going to spend too much time on that, but that's actually a really good piece of information to know. We are going to be spending some time on the Department of Racial Equity and Advancement. I can tell you that right now. But I also want to go back and look at some of the other things that came up. So this one from February 9th, 2022. And this one I'm going to go do the find critical. There it is. Oh, look at this. How do you combat those who say this type of curriculum is teaching critical race theory? Let's take the literal application, critical race theory. It's a theory, right? I'm less caught up with that because if you ask most of the people who oppose it, they don't know what it is. We know what it is, don't we, guys? Critical race theory is an academic ideology, or is an ideology developed in academia in the 1970s that says racism exists everywhere in every person and everything in every interaction. And the job of the critical race theorist is to explore how, not if, how racism occurs in every single circumstance. Tenets of critical race theory is assumed to have occurred. So I say we pass the test of knowing what it is. They're opposing what's different and what's unfamiliar and what's not known to them. No, wrong. Yes, I can spend some time addressing that issue, but the urgency is in providing the children with what they say they need to be successful and thrive in their schools. They want classes that are reflective of their personalities, cultures, and the entire diversities. I don't think kids really care about that, but that might just be me. This is from an article called Liberatory Education Changing the Way Students Learn About History. The word liberates means to set someone free from a situation, especially imprisonment or slavery, in which their liberty is severely restricted. Now, fun fact, those of you who watched the channel over the weekend know that we watched quite a bit of socialism this past weekend. And what we learned from the socialists is that when they say the word abolition, which abolition sounds a little bit like liberatory, just a little bit abolition. They're coming from the same family, is all I'm saying. They're not the same word, they don't have the same definition, but they're coming from the same family. Um, One of the things we learned today when we watched that socialism conference, or over the weekend when we watched that socialism conference, was that when they use the term abolition, they mean communism. They said the abolition will be fulfilled when the communist revolution is realized. That's almost a direct quote. May not be exact quote, but that's pretty close to what they said. So, anytime we hear people like this talking about abolition or liberation, what they really mean is socialism and eventually communism. That's how they believe they're going to be set free. Okay? We all need to understand that. Anytime you hear the words abolition or liberation, you have to think socialism, communism, Marxism, because that is quite literally what these people mean. All right. And let's check that last one just for shits and giggles. Black studies in Seattle public schools. Now, to be really clear, I have no issue if they have a black studies department. I don't really care about that. Fine. But why are we talking about critical race theory? Critical race theory. Oh, look at this. Look at this, saying it right on their website. Seattle Public Schools is currently in the process of hiring a Black Studies curriculum specialist to support this important work. Next year, the district will also launch additional Black Studies courses, including Black Studies U.S. History 11A. Students who take these courses will earn credits towards graduation and will learn about the Black and African American experience from a national and global perspective. That includes, but is not limited to, African history, American history, and yes, critical race theory. How funny. How funny. How funny that the Seattle Public Schools literally is saying on their website, and this was updated in May of 2021, that they are looking for people to infuse critical race theory into the curriculum. But I thought critical race theory wasn't taught in K through 12 schools. If only there had been a journalist in Seattle that looked on the Seattle Public Schools website and searched for the term critical race theory, we could have debunked that whole narrative in one effing website. This is why journalists actually need to behave as journalists, because when journalists don't behave as journalists, I have to do their journalism for them, and I may get around to it eventually. But this is a year and a half later. This has been on the Seattle Public Schools website. But I thought critical race theory wasn't taught in K through 12 schools. It's literally on their website. So that's what we get when we search for critical race theory on the Seattle Public website. Got a couple things that are actually really informational and helpful, but only 3 results, which is why we typically don't search for critical race theory, because schools now know to scrub that entirely from their website to begin with. Andrew says, Carlin, can you get a stick-on mustache so you can twirl when you say critical race theory? I kind of feel like that would backfire on me, Andrew. Good suggestion. I like the impetus. I like the humor, but I just think that would backfire on me rather spectacularly. But if you want to buy me a twiddly stick-on mustache and send it to me, maybe that'd be okay. I probably would use it at least once. I'm just saying. All right. So we don't search for that. We search for equity. So I want to go back and search for equity again. Actually, you know what? Let me search anti-racism real quick. Anti-racism. I don't want this. How do I get this to go away? Oh, this freaking notice at the top. Oh, we've got a board meeting on anti-racism. It's anti-racism is in the strategic plan for this. Oh, shit. This is the strategic plan for the Seattle Public Schools. Check this out. Okay, strategic planning documents are something most large school districts or even mid-sized school districts, to be honest, will have strategic planning documents. These documents are probably going to be publicly available on their website. What strategic planning documents do is they say, this is where we want to be in 5 years, 10 years, what have you. It's a plan. It's a plan that has goals. And that is the plan that okay, for people who have never been through this process, I've been through this process several times with like universities. When you develop a strategic plan, it is an extremely labor intensive process. It is extremely labor intensive and it is extremely expensive because there is a whole team of people put together to develop these strategic plans, to identify the priorities, to vet the priorities, to get buy-in for the priorities. Everyone involved basically in the community has to be brought into the strategic planning process. There are entire consultancies that all they do is help organizations like the Seattle Public Schools develop their strategic plans. Now, once the plan gets developed, it then has to go and get approved by the board, which is a whole other rigmarole in and of itself. What I'm saying is that school districts, colleges, organizations, they spend months, if not sometimes years, developing these plans. They spend millions of dollars developing these plans. Do not dismiss the strategic plans. You always want to try to find the strategic plans because they are going to tell you exactly what direction the schools are going in. They're going to tell you what their goals are. They're going to tell you what they're going to dedicate resources to. And these are things that are followed. They're not just put up on the website for show and then dismissed. These things are printed out, hung in offices, like they are followed. So the strategic plans that you can dig up on school websites are probably one of the most valuable things that you can look at because this is telling you this is what we have sunk money into. And that's what they really care about at the end of the day, power and money. So anything they're really sinking money into, you want to make sure you look at. All right. On the Seattle Public Schools strategic plan website, our strategic plan is not about changing students. Actually, let's read a little bit earlier. Seattle Excellence. Our 5-year strategic plan is guided by 4 priorities, is laser focused on supporting students of color who are furthest away from educational justice, beginning with African American boys and teens. So this is interesting because this is telling us why those teachers went on strike. It aligns with why those teachers went on strike. Our strategic plan is not about changing students. This work is about changing broken systems and undoing legacies of racism in public education by actively becoming an anti-racist educational system and ensuring students furthest away from educational justice thrive. Conditions in Seattle public schools will improve for all. Targeted universalism. What the hell is this? What is targeted universalism? I've heard this term before. Why don't we just watch this video? Why don't we just watch this video? I've heard this before recently. Seattle Excellence is guided by the vision and principles of targeted universalism, a strategic framework where targeted and differentiated efforts are required to meet the needs of specific student populations. All right, let's just watch this video real quick. 3 minutes long.
What is the most effective and sustainable
right,
policy
James.
response to problems in our society? Universal approaches are widely used in order to package policies for broad appeal. Universal policies such as Social Security and minimum wage provide the same benefits or minimum protections to everyone, regardless of status or group membership. But by treating everyone the same, universal approaches can't root out group-based discrimination and may actually deepen inequality between groups rather than reduce it.
They're actually saying that in order to achieve equity, we have to segregate groups. Holy shit.
And by providing benefits or protections to everyone, resources that could be targeted to groups worse off instead flow to those who are better off. In contrast to universalism, targeted approaches are commonly used. Targeted policies provide benefits or protections based on group membership or status. SNAP.
They provide benefits based on group membership or status. James Jones hit the nail on the head. How to say systemic racism without saying systemic racism. Targeted universalism is very literally systemic racism. It's what they're talking about, I'm pretty sure, and we're going to watch the rest of the video, I promise. But what they're talking about is basically implementing different strategies based on what affinity group you're in, whether that be race or gender or sexual orientation. It is the very definition of segregation. They're splitting people into groups, and then they're treating people differently based entirely on membership in that group. This is some Orwellian shit, man.
The food stamp program conditions benefits on income level. The Americans with Disabilities Act requires public accessibility for disabled groups. And affirmative action focuses on historically disadvantaged groups. Targeted approaches are vulnerable to the critique that they unfairly favor constituent groups over the public good by directing resources to marginalized groups who are already subjected to unfair stereotypes. But universal and targeted approaches are false choices. There is a third way: targeted universalism. Targeted universalism means setting universal goals that can be achieved through targeted approaches. This approach targets the various needs of each group while reminding us that we are all part of the same social fabric. This can be accomplished by following 5 steps. First, set a universal goal. For example, 100% proficiency in 8th grade math.
They're
Second,
way off from that.
Measure how the overall population fares relative to the universal goal. In this example, we might discover that only 80% of 8th graders are proficient in 8th grade math. Third, measure the performance
It's going to be way
of
lower than
population
that.
segments relative to the universal goal. So although 80% of all 8th graders are proficient, we might find that only 70% of Latinx students are proficient. Fourth, understand how structures and other factors support or impede groups' progress toward the universal goal. For our Latinx students, classroom instruction materials and lessons designed for English speakers may impede learning, including math proficiency. Finally, implement targeted strategies so that each and every group can achieve the universal goal based upon their needs and circumstances. This may take the form of ESL-specific math tutoring for our Latinx students, while another group may require a completely different strategy to achieve the same universal goal. Targeted universalism rejects a blanket universal, which may be indifferent to the reality that different groups are situated differently relative to the institutions and resources of society. By aspiring toward shared universal goals, targeted universalism empowers targeted strategies capable of achieving those goals while moving us beyond concerns over disparities alone and toward our highest aspirations for all.
All right. So I actually don't have a problem with some elements of this. Mike, I don't want anything to do with walk away. I see you asking the questions in the chat. I don't want anything to do with anything walk away related for reasons that I've previously covered on this channel. Maybe you didn't see it. That's all right. But I do not want to do anything with anything walk away related. So I just want to be very clear about that. I am no longer associated with them in any way. I will never be associated with them in any way because they are not interested in getting people to leave the Democratic Party. They are only interested in fundraising from conservatives. All right. So what I will say about this, so if we're talking about, okay, if a student comes into a Seattle public school math class and their English maybe isn't the best because they've been raised in a family where English is not the first language, and they're struggling to learn math as a result of their language proficiency not being the best, I actually have no problem at all with the school developing targeted materials to help them learn math based on what their language is. No problem with that at all. My problem comes when you start segregating students by their race and gender and start providing resources to only those groups that are not being provided to other groups where, quite frankly, there may be students struggling. So if they find that overall most white students are doing better than than some black students, okay, yes, I want every student to do well. I want every student to learn math. But if they are then creating resources that are only available for black students but are not available for the white students, that to me seems a little racist. So to me, I think this sounds a lot like making excuses to judge people by the color of their skin, and I don't like it. But I have no problem with students getting the resources they need in order to get better at math or reading or writing or any of those things. That's not what I have an issue with. What I have an issue with is the fact that they are saying that we are going to segment people by their race and give them specific resources based on their race, and that's going to make us anti-racist. So this is something we need to keep in mind. Because every single time we hear the term targeted universalism, we need to think basically systemic racism. It's literal systemic racism. Why are we starting with African American boys and teens? We believe an intentional focus on the academic, cultural, and social emotional well-being. We always want to keep an eye out for social emotional learning. We don't talk a lot about that, but that's still a little weird. And for strengths of African American boys and teens will move us towards educational justice for all students. We are committed to promoting a strength-based and accurate narrative about our African American boys and teens, normalizing excellence and making sure they have the resources and support they need to reach their fullest potential. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little surprised that they're saying African American boys. But I don't hate it. I don't mind it. I think a lot of times okay, let's just call a spade a spade. A lot of times, not all the time, but many times, these kids grow up without fathers. And I'm sure there are probably targeted interventions that could be done to make sure that this population is helped and served. My biggest concern is always that it's about lifting everyone up rather than just pulling the exceptional down to the mediocre. All right, let's see. Culturally responsive workforce. Oh, there it is. This is how we get it done. Allocate resources strategically through a racial equity analysis. What does that mean, Seattle Public Schools? Anytime they're talking about it, like integrating, they have this weird thing where anytime I mouse, oh, is that the definition? Racial equity is the condition that would be achieved if one's racial Racial equity is the condition that would be achieved if one's racial identity no longer predicted, in a statistical sense, how one fares in society. This goes beyond formal racial equity, where all students are treated the same, to foster a barrier-free environment where all students, regardless of their race, have the opportunity to achieve. This means differentiating resources allocation within budgetary limitations to serve students with support and opportunities they need to be successful. This is about equality of outcomes. This is one of the... Oh, why can't you guys see that? Why can't you... I know why you can't see that. Because I had it set up so you could hear the sound. So this is their definition of racial equity, and it is literally about equality of outcomes. They're saying that how we are going to measure if we have achieved racial equity is if everyone ends in the same place. That's not good. We don't want everyone to end in the same place. We never want everyone to end in the same place. And they're saying because when everyone ends in the same place, that means there's no opportunity to achieve greatness. There's no opportunity to be exceptional. That's what that means. This means differentiating resource allocation within budgetary limitations. So they are doing their budget based on race. We'll look into more of that later. The mission, the Seattle Public Schools is committed to eliminating opportunity gaps to ensure access and provide excellence in education for every student. And then we've got their strategic plan here. Let's see. Students of color who are farthest from educational justice will feel safe and welcome in school. Students of color who are furthest from educational justice will read at grade level by the 3rd grade. I mean, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But I kind of think that everyone should probably be reading at 3rd grade level by 3rd grade. Maybe that should just be everyone. Students of color who are furthest from educational justice will be proficient in mathematics in 5th grade and 7th grade. Again, I'm pretty sure that should be everyone. Students of color who are furthest from educational justice will finish 9th grade on track and on time for graduation. Again, everyone. They'll be college and career ready. Culturally responsive workforce. Staff will improve their culturally responsive professional practice. The diversity of staff and leadership at schools and central offices will increase. They just said they're going to hire based on race. Let's see. Students of color who are furthest from educational justice will have a meaningful voice and leadership in school and district initiatives. Families and communities who represent students of color who are furthest from educational justice will have the fact that they're saying this over and over and over again, students of color who are furthest from educational justice, that's like trying to hypnotize people. It's trying to get like repetition is how you get people to get things into their brain. So once someone hears something like 8 times, then it makes its way into their conscious awareness. That's what they're trying to do. That's why they're repeating things. Who are farthest from educational justice will have meaningful voice in school and school districts. All right. So these are their goals. So at least we know how they're measuring things through 2024 at least. Let's go to, I want to start looking at this Department of Racial Equity Advancement, DREA. Racial Equity Analysis Tool. What's this? It is the moral and ethical responsibility and a top priority for Seattle Public Schools to provide equity, access, and opportunity for every student and to eliminate racial inequity in our educational and administrative system. Research indicates that racial disparities exist in virtually every key indicator of child, family, and community well-being. The Racial Equity Analysis Tool lays out a clear process and a set of questions to guide the development, implementation, and evaluation of significant policies, initiatives, professional development, programs, instructional practices, and budget issues to address the impacts on racial equity. All right. So they want just information about what they want. Are you making a decision, renewing a decision? Have you had equity training from Seattle Public Schools? How many times have you used the racial equity analysis tool? What does your department, division, school define as racially equitable outcomes related to the issue? How will leadership communicate key outcomes to stakeholders? They're basically asking them to think through different things in regards to. So, what this is saying, I think, and I haven't spent very much time with this. I would need to read this a lot closer, but let me just do like the 50,000-foot view of what I'm seeing. What I think this is that anytime someone is asking for budget from the Seattle Public Schools in order to do a program of some sort, they're forcing them to go through a racial equity analysis of that program and to specifically enumerate how what they're asking for money for will achieve equity. That's what I'm getting from this. Again, that's a really quick overview. I'm not positive of it. I would have to actually read it, but I go pretty quickly on these investigations because there's a lot to cover. Oh, look, they have a specific policy. What is this? Seattle Public Schools Policies and Procedures Ensuring Educational and Racial Equity. Seattle Public Schools has made 8 commitments to the success of every student in our schools. Equitable access. The district shall provide every student with equitable access to high-quality curriculum, support, facilities, and other educational resources. Racial equity analysis. The district shall review existing policies, programs, and professional development and procedures to ensure the promotion of racial equity. So that's what we were just looking at. So this tool is for everything in the school district. Just think about that for a second. Every single thing in the school district has to be run through this racial equity tool. Check it out. The district shall review existing policies, programs, professional development, and procedures to ensure the promotion of racial equity, and all applicable new policies, programs, and procedures will be developed using a racial equity analysis tool. Every single decision within the school district. Everything. Teacher professional development, field trips, books that the library is buying, textbooks that they're buying. Every single thing that the school district spends money on in any way is going through a racial equity analysis tool that is 4 pages long and asks them to examine the equitable distribution as a result of whatever it is they want to do. That's crazy. Think about, so where you work, wherever that might be, think about if every single time you made any decision at all about buying a box of pens or a new office chair, about a staff party, about a staff professional development program, about a company-wide retreat. Imagine if every single time your company, your organization made any decision at all, they had to do it through the lens of racial equity. That is what the Seattle Public Schools are doing. That in it by itself is crazy. All right, let's go back. Let's see. Getting connected to Drea, which I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, Drea, but that's how we're going to pronounce it. Sorry, guys, I'm a little congested right now. If I'm struggling to talk, it's because I'm congested. That's why. Getting a cold or something. All right, we got school-based district sponsored equity team. Okay. So, oh my God, check this out. Racial equity teams are key levers of mobilizing anti-racist impacts across the district and are comprised of a broad coalition of school staff at building sites that are tasked with advancing Board Policy 30. Board Policy 30 is that racial equity policy. Here's a question that I have. How much money are the Seattle Public Schools how much money are the Seattle Public Schools spending on this every year? How much money are the Seattle Public Schools are probably spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on this every year. Drea staffs 3 specialists or coaches dedicated to supporting racial equity teams in their anti-racist systems change work, along with a program manager to ensure the progress, alignment, and positive outcomes of the racial equity team. Drea programmatic content supports available to racial equity teams are leadership coaching, action plan, and racial equity coach analysis coaching. They have people on staff at the school district to coach people within the specific schools how to fill out this form. They literally have people on staff dedicated to teaching people how to fill out a form. And I would probably be just as annoyed about that if that form didn't have to do with racial equity, but had to do with anything, because adults should be able to fill out forms without being coached. Professional development through the institutes and communities of practice to support the cultivation of anti-racist skills among racial equity team members. I want to know what they're doing for professional development. Existing district-sponsored teams can find a plethora of resources on the Racial Equity Team's Schoolology group. What is this? Oh, I have to sign in. All right. They have a secret group within the district that only district people can sign into. If someone in Seattle that works in the Seattle Public Schools would like to get me access to this group, I wouldn't be upset about it. I wouldn't be upset. Please, someone in Seattle that works for the Seattle Public Schools, please give me access to this school's Schoolology page. I'd be really appreciative. Naruto says, Bill Barr is a Fed? Well, duh. I could have told you that months ago, Naruto. Thank you for the super chat, though. Appreciate it. The body that handles application for the new district-approved RETs is known as Partnership Committee. Okay, whatever. These are just basically contacts. I want to know. Okay, so they have a Twitter. I want to know what they're doing for training. I want to know what they're doing for teacher training. Teacher training, by the way, guys, is one of the things that I oftentimes will look for teacher training and professional development really early on, because anything that the teachers have to complete insofar as like a professional development training will eventually make its way into the classroom. The trainings are literally what they have to do to, like, it's like ongoing professional development. It's like any other profession where they have trainings that they can do to enhance their skills, whatever it happens to be. But if we can get access to the teacher training, then we can get access to what the teachers are actually implementing in the classroom. You can always do public records requests for the information in all emails to and from group members. Well, you can, but that costs a lot of money. Okay, here's the thing. We cannot rely on public records requests for everything, unless you want to fund it. Now, with the Schools Exposed program, I will be using some of the profits from the Schools Exposed program specifically to FOIA and public record request documents. But what we're talking about here, if I did a FOIA request for every single one of those emails, that would cost probably tens of thousands of dollars, if not more. It's in Seattle, so it's going to be like a lot of money. But we're talking about extremely large, tens of thousands, maybe even into the hundreds of thousands of dollars of money. So saying that we should just FOIA everything is not actually a solution for anything. And by the way, the school district can redact whatever it wants to redact. So don't make any assumptions that whatever you FOIA, you're just going to get back the raw materials. When Nicole Solis FOIA'd a bunch of documents from the Rhode Island schools, they redacted almost everything and they charged her thousands of dollars for it. So this is an answer. I'm not saying we never FOIA things. I'm not saying we dismiss it entirely, but this is not a viable strategy. Phil W. just dropping by to say hi. Hi, Phil. I appreciate it. Well, you can ask at the school board meeting, but have you had any luck with getting them to give you the professional development training materials at the school board meeting? All of this is paid for by the taxpayers. Literally all of it is paid for by the taxpayers already. All of those emails that they charge tens of thousands of dollars to get access to via FOIA requests are paid for by the taxpayers. You guys can ask for things, but you're not necessarily going to get them. This is why we do this exercise. Sin, thank you for that. Let me just get it up in my window real quick. Sin is doing her own investigative work right now. Let's see what Sin has found. And the reason I'm telling you guys is I'm not trying to poo-poo anyone's ideas. I'm really not. But I also think that we need to actually have realistic solutions. Saying, FOIA everything! It's not a realistic solution because they're going to charge you an arm and a leg to do it. I don't know who's going to pay for that because whenever I ask for crowdfunded money, I don't always get people who are suggesting the money things, actually donating to the cause, to be honest. Now, and you guys donated over $10,000 to the Schools Exposed program, so I'm not like poo-pooing that, but like and that's awesome. But I'm just saying that I'm going to do crowdfunding for FOIA requests, and we'll see who wants to pony up and who doesn't. Just because they disclose the workshops doesn't mean they disclose the content of those workshops. I don't think this is true, and they can also redact. You also have to pay for the time that it takes them to find the materials. And when you're okay, you do the FOIA requests. Joyce Lena, you do the FOIA requests. Do it right now. I'm serious. If it's so easy and you can get everything you want just by emailing the district and you don't have to pay any money for it, I hereby nominate Joyce Lena to go do the FOIA request for the Seattle Public Schools, get us all of their digital records related to every email that they've sent about these programs. You let me know what the schools say. You let me know what the schools say. Okay, well, then FOIA the information for us. So you're a school board member. This is where I start to get really pissy with with conservatives. I know exactly. I strongly doubt you're a disaffected lefty. You're a school board member that is claiming this stuff, but you won't actually send a FOIA request? How am I supposed to trust that you're a school board member? Why should I trust that? You're not willing to do a FOIA request? Until listen. Why am I spending more time looking into this than you are? I don't live in Washington. Do the FOIA request. If you don't want to do the FOIA request, then you're not really in the game. I'm sorry. If you are a school board member and you are not willing to do a FOIA request, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. First of all, I don't know what your email is because you're on YouTube right now. I don't know what your email is. Off the top of my head, I get hundreds of emails every single day. If you aren't willing to stand up and do a FOIA request, then I don't know what you're doing here, to be honest with you. I really don't. I'm appreciative that you're trying to help, but if you're unwilling to do a FOIA request, dude, come on. Come on. All right, well, I'm pretty sure that if I sent in a FOIA request or a public records request, I would get a fee attached to it. If you don't think that that's the case, then I strongly encourage you to do the public records request and get access to the data. And if it's just about looking at them in the school office, that's not going to be good enough because that's not going to expose anything to anyone and it's not going to show anyone anything. You think... Okay. We're going to do a quick pause. If you are complaining in my chat about how I am going about things when you are completely unwilling to do anything your damn self, you are part of the problem. You are part of the problem. Sin. To file a FOIA request in Seattle Public Schools, you have to pay up to $25. If it costs more, they will contact you and tell you how much. And I guarantee you that if you FOIA'd every single email in relation to that secret group they have behind the password, they're going to charge you thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. They're going to charge you thousands of dollars for that. Because what they're going to say is they're going to charge you based on time. And I know this because I've been through several rounds of this. So what I want you to hear is that when you guys are putting information out there like, you can do this all for free, you are giving people incorrect information. And then people are going to spend time doing things based on the incorrect information that you give them. And because they've been misinformed by you in the first place, they are going to end up bumping into wall after wall after wall after wall after wall. And they're going to get frustrated. And then they're going to give up. Well, you just told me you could get me everything for free, so I want everything. I want every single thing that you can get me for free. I want access to that Schoolology group. I want access to all their training documents that we're going to look at in a second. But mostly, I want people to start being realistic about this. And I want people to stop complaining and to start taking action and to stop making excuses for why they can't do something that they absolutely can well do. That's what I want. I want no more excuses. I want no more complaining. I actually want to be able to focus on doing things, not making stuff up, not recommending things that are and saying they're free when they're going to end up costing me tens of thousands of dollars that ain't no one going to pay for except for me. Then get the documents. Don't convince me. Get the documents. You don't need my permission. Go get the documents. If you can get the documents, then get the documents. If you can get access to their training program, then get access to their training program. I don't need to instruct you guys on how to do everything. For real, guys. For real. I want as many documents as you can get. I want as many emails as you can get. I want as many access to their secret discussion groups that you can get. That's what I want. If you have ways to do that, go forth and conquer, dude. Go forth and conquer. But you don't need my permission. You don't need my instruction. And I don't want to hear excuses. And I don't want to hear complaining. And when they tell you they're going to charge you tens of thousands of dollars, I don't want you coming to me asking for money because you told me it was going to be done for free. Do you get it? We're going to start being realistic about this. I know that most people who are talking about this stuff are not being realistic about it because they're only doing it for clicks. And they're going to present the most outlandish possible things that they can present in order to rile everyone up. That's not what we're doing here anymore. That's not what we're doing here. All right. This is the training documents that Sin sent in. Sin, thank you for that. This page provides support materials for various features of Power Teacher. What is Power Teacher? Sin, what this looks like, I don't think this is training materials, Sin. This is not training materials. That's not what I was looking for. What I need, okay. When we're looking for staff development materials, we're looking for professional development and training resources. Sure, why not? Check it. Why not? Give it a try. So I want their professional development training resources. Where is it? Login required. Okay. Vision, approach. Let's just do the search. Professional development. Let's see. Professional development for education partners. Training and professional development for board members. Staff development. Culturally responsible professional practices. Let's look at that. Inclusionary practices project. What is that? Professional development for partners. What does this mean? What does this mean for partners? School and professional development community partnership development. Our department is committed to offering supports that build capacity of community-based organizations and schools. That's not exactly what I was looking for. Oh, what the fuck? Look at this. Mindfulness for implicit bias. Are you shitting me? I literally wrote a book about mindfulness. You ain't using mindfulness to cure your implicit bias. That's not how that works. That's not what that is. Instead of making jokes, what I would like you to do is to go onto the Seattle Public Schools website and take a look around and see what you can find that is actually useful. That's going to be much more productive than making jokes. That's what I would like you to do. All right, that's not what I'm looking for. Let me go back to departments because I feel like there was like a communication department or something. Racial equity. Where did the racial equity office say that they were doing professional development? They did have a name of a department and I missed it. Let's see. I think it was in this list somewhere. Partnership committee, no. They have a central office of racial equity core team. So that's a whole other level. Oh, Jesus Christ. Individuals pursuing the next step in their anti-racism journey, we all have a responsibility to liberate ourselves, liberate communism, socialism, ourselves and one another from the harmful historical legacies of racism and white supremacy. You are seen and valued in our collective efforts to serve our vibrant and diverse Seattle community with an anti-racist school system that embodies justice, healing, and shared humanity. Racial equity work is happening across the district in formal and informal ways, and individuals and in convening educators, administrators, and staff. Here are a few key points and links that might help guide your next steps. Well, I guess let's look at this. Oh, no, that's just an external website. Maybe good for another day. What is this? UW anti-racism resources. Learning for Justice, by the way, is crazy. Learning for Justice shows up everywhere. University of Washington anti-racism resources. They're linking to Vice, self-care tips for Black people who are struggling with this very painful week. Wow. Black Lives Matter, 21-day equity challenge, guide to allyship. Coalition of anti-racist whites? What the fuck? Oh my God. What is this? This has nothing to do with the Seattle Public Schools. I don't think this was linked to off of University of Washington website. A coalition of anti-racist whites educates, organizes, and mobilizes white people to show up powerfully for racial justice and collective liberation. What is this about? Solidarity groups. Oh my God. Well, that looks a little bit leftist, doesn't it? We're not going to spend too much time there because it's not on the school's website. It's on the college's website. So let's click off that. How to be an anti-racist, of course. All right. I know that I saw a name for a website doing training. Equity Partnerships and Engagement Division. What is this? The Division of Equity Partnerships and Engagement focuses on innovation to build adult capacity and guide organizational development throughout all of the systems, incorporating our key strategies of authentic engagement, institutionalizing racial equity. Gosh darn it, that sounds a little bit like systemic racism to me. And leveraging partnerships, we support the Seattle Excellence Initiatives, especially for our students and families furthest from educational justice. Where are they doing professional development training, though? I know I saw them mention this. Here it is. Institutes and Communities of Practice. I knew I saw this. Institutes and Communities of Practice. Okay, let me go here. And nothing's coming up with that. So what this is making me wonder is do the Seattle Public Schools have all their professional development behind a password protected wall of some sort? That would be a really helpful thing for you to find out if you're on the school board in an adjacent district. Do the Seattle Public Schools have a list of professional development opportunities that are behind a password protected wall? That would be super helpful. Because I'm starting to wonder why I can't find their staff training programs. I am starting to wonder that for sure. All right. I scrolled through their Twitter a little while ago. What I want to do is go to YouTube. I just want to look at their YouTube and see what's going on. Seattle Public Schools. Okay. That's news. Seattle Public Schools TV. What's this? A talking circle leadership model. What is that? Oh, look at this. Oh, it's Robin. It's Robin. We haven't seen Robin DiAngelo in a minute. What's Robin talking about? Let's just see. Hang on. What is Robin DiAngelo talking about on the Seattle Public Schools website? I'm pretty sure Robin DiAngelo is from this area. What is she talking about?
I was taught that racism was an either or proposition. You're either racist or you weren't. And if you were racist, you were bad and mean. You intended to hurt people. And if you were not racist, you were good and nice and warm and friendly. Racist were those people on the television that dragged people from lunch counters during the 60s. Racists believe in Jim Crow laws. I didn't believe in those things. I was against those things. Therefore, I was not racist. So it became this very simple either or, good, bad. And I think that's actually the root of virtually all white defensiveness on the topic of racism. If it's an either or, and you suggest that I have any implicit bias, or that implicit bias is driving my responses and my behaviors, I'm going to hear you saying, you're a bad person. And I'm going to need to defend my very character. So while it looks like a positive adaptation of racism for it to have it become bad, we always have to ask ourselves, how does it actually function? And in practice, it's functioned to make it virtually impossible to talk to the average white person about the inevitable implicit bias that they've absorbed, because what we hear is, you said I was a bad person. We just have to get rid of this idea that it's either or and start to understand it as inevitable. Schools in Hollywood are two of our most fundamental institutions that reproduce racial inequality. Hollywood pumps out relentless, consistent, narrow representations of people of color that then shape teachers who are predominantly white.
It's on the
and
Seattle
then in
Public Schools
turn,
YouTube page.
Schools reproduce inequality through curriculum, through textbooks, through policies, through practices, and through the unintentional, often implicit bias of a very homogeneous teaching force. Homogeneity, it's not a problem because white individual teachers are bad, but that homogeneity leads to consistent blind spots. Implicit bias is real. It manifests in practices. It's measurable. We can prove it, and it's not conscious to the person doing it. The key is never to separate ourselves from it. We've got to start with just accepting that we have it, and rather than deny it, work to identify it. As a starting place for teachers, there's the personal work. You cannot be complacent. You cannot exempt yourself. You cannot assume you're fine. You know, I recently heard a talk, and I found it to be riveting and powerful. And he said, if you want to know how I'm doing around race, don't ask me, ask my students of color. Ask their parents, ask their families. It's that sense of accountability. It's building trust.
So on the Seattle Public Schools YouTube page, they have a video basically saying that all white people are racist. That's nice. Because that's what Robin believes, of course. Sin says, I found the substitute page, and when I looked for training materials, it took me to a password-protected site and warnings that it was only for students and staff. I knew it. I knew it. So the Seattle Public Schools are doing something with their training that they don't want the public to see. So for our friend that is on the school board in an adjacent town, I want their training materials. I want their training materials. I mean, I can send them a FOIA request as well. It's not that big of a deal. I'm absolutely happy to do it because I end up having to FOIA everything eventually anyway. But these are the types of things we need to look for. Why are they putting this behind a password protected site? What sorts of training are they doing with their teachers that they do not feel comfortable putting on their public website? That's the question of the day. HR, there's not much on that page. Well, let's look that up, Sin. I do want to come back to their YouTube page as well, to be honest with you, but let me look that up. Hang on. Guys, if you're enjoying this investigation, these are sometimes a little, it might seem a little bit boring. I don't actually think it's boring. I think it's fun and interesting, but please mount that like button for me if you're enjoying this glimpse into the Seattle Public Schools. Human resources. Let's see. Careers, news. Professional development, login required. Why? I wonder if they have a calendar. They don't have a public calendar. Let's see. School calendar. I'm betting this is going to be like basic holidays and stuff. What I'm really looking for is like a calendar of like professional development training. But I guess they don't have that. All behind the password. Oh, the Seattle Education Association. Oh, isn't that nice? Okay. Let me see. I want to go back over to their channel here. I just want to peruse this a little bit. Commitment to. So what is this try thing? Because this is what Robin is under. Let me just look at this video. We're not going to watch the sound, but I just want to look at the description of this. Produced by Media Operations Centers at Seattle Public Schools. Okay. This isn't giving us any good information. Implicit bias. Let's just do a search. So on YouTube channels, guys, if you want to search within a YouTube channel, you go to this little magnifying glass over here. State of the District, Equity and Excellence 3 years ago. Talking Circle, 1 month ago. Seattle Public Schools Board Candidate. Culturally Responsive Teaching, which isn't necessarily bad. Okay, let's go race. Let's just search for race. Why, when I search for race, am I getting math K through 1st grade? Like a foot race, maybe? All right. Really, Robin is looking like the most offensive thing on their YouTube channel, so that might be okay. That might be all right. Let's see. That's their equity policy. We've already looked at that. Let's go into a school, shall we? Let's pick a school. Let's pick a high school. I want a high school. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to get this in a different window. We're going to have a whole line of tabs. We're going to have some new tabs. I want to look at a high school within the Seattle Public Schools and see what we find. Does anyone know what the largest high school within the Seattle Public Schools are? Can I sort it by like... I want to see by student... Okay. High school attendance. I don't know what any of this means. I don't live in Seattle. Which high school should we pick? Where was the Chaz? Does anyone know what district the Chaz was in? Let's see. Which Seattle high school is near Chaz? Roosevelt High School? Is that correct? Oh, there's a Roosevelt High School. Let's take a look. I don't know if that's the right one in terms of it being Roosevelt. Bot Roosevelt. Excellent. Garfield, Joyce Lena says. We'll look into that one too, Joyce Lena. Let's see. Let's get Garfield up right now. Joyce Lena is going to be our spy. Let's see. We'll get Garfield up. Guys, sometimes when I'm kind of hitting a dead end on the school district, and I'm not saying we were necessarily hitting a dead end on the school district because I don't actually think that we were. I think there was a lot more that we could have gone into with that, but I'm just kind of I want to skip ahead. Sometimes when you're doing this stuff, like at first, you kind of got to go where your excitement is taking you. A little voice in my head right now is saying, I want to look at some high school pages. So we're just going to see what happens. And of course, we're going to go here. We're going to go equity. Student civil rights. Okay. Message, leadership update. Not a whole lot there. That's actually really good. Okay, what I want to do is go into academics. I want to see. Actually, hang on. Hmm. Let's look at their Twitter account. Oh, that's just bringing to Seattle Public Schools. That's not any different. Oh, look at this. This is like an announcement for the principal. In addition to her strength as an academic leader, Miss Brewer has a strong commitment to student and staff wellness and relationship, has a proven record of equity-focused leadership development, and is absolutely committed to our students and families farthest from educational justice. Garfield is predominantly black. The other kids are part of the highly capable program. Oh, good info. It's actually funny. So I've heard. Where did we hear this? Cambridge, I think. Actually, I think it was the woman that's doing teacher training at Cambridge. She basically said that like black students don't need this stuff. It's only the white students who need this stuff. So the fact that it's in a black school, it might actually mean that they're getting less of this stuff. Ironically. Okay, so Bot DM'd me a woke guy who teaches at Garfield. Bot, let me just get into my Twitter. Let's have a look at that guy's Twitter feed. Not that Twitter, different Twitter. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to look him up in a different window. Our friend Jesse Gopian. There's Jesse. Here he is. Bot, is this who you were thinking? Ethnic studies teacher, co-editor, Black Lives Matter at school, at Rethink Schools. Definitely in Seattle. Let's see. Look what Jesse. Shoot. Hang on. Hang on. Why isn't this working? Oh, I guess I can't. Okay, so shit. How do I do this? Let me show you what Jesse tweeted. Thank you, Bot, for sending this. Check this out. This is on January 6th. On January 6th, he tweeted this. The January 6th. We need to transform the curriculum to ensure that students learn that the greatest purveyors of domestic terrorism throughout history have been racist white people. This is where we get into the good stuff. But this is a good find. This is why, guys, we always look at their Twitters, because their Twitter is a place that like they usually post crazy stuff. Okay. So we're looking at his Twitter. Oh, he's retweeting the Seattle DSA. This guy is basically Antifa. That's great. That's just great, Seattle Public Schools. Fantastic. Where is this guy? Like, what is this guy teaching? Do we? Well, he's an ethnic studies professor or something, but. DSA fully stands with the Seattle Education Association. We demand Washington state taxes big business to fully fund our schools, reduce class sizes, and provide support students deserve. The Seattle Education Association is the teachers union. That is the teachers union. So, Bot, do we know if he's actually at the schools? I mean, he's definitely doing something with the schools. I mean, to all, do not cross picket lines of the Seattle Public Schools because they are on strike. Thanks. That's on UPS. Seattle educators on strike today. He isn't a teacher. He's a teacher at the Garfield High School. All right. Wait, side note, Google employees are protesting Google? Wow. So if I were a parent in Seattle with kids at Garfield High School, I would absolutely be looking into this guy, Jesse Hagopian, who apparently is a teacher at Garfield High School in Seattle, because he kind of looks a little socialist. We have him retweeting Democratic Socialists in Seattle, like within the last couple of days. I'm starting to bet that if we're looking at just publicly available information for the Seattle public schools, probably the number one place that we're going to be able to look is in the social media profiles of their employees. This is why, when you're investigating school districts, one of the very best things you can do is create a massive spreadsheet. When some spreadsheets are admittedly going to be bigger than others, but you want to create a spreadsheet with every single teacher that might be interacting with your kids, with the administrators, with their equity team. Create a spreadsheet with all of their names on it and just start going through and looking at their personal social media. Because remember, no matter what school policy is, these people are the ones in direct contact with your kids. And no matter what the school policy is, no matter what the state law is, admittedly, right now we're looking at a place like Seattle, which is, kind of socialist. Joyce Leon says Seattle has a declared socialist city council member who has been elected several times. Yeah, Seattle is very socialist. And so we want to make sure that we know exactly who your kids are in front of every day, because it doesn't matter what the curriculum says. Once the teachers close the classroom door, the teachers are going to teach whatever they want. And being on the school board, and this is something that people do not like to hear, being on the school board means nothing. There is nothing the school board can do about this. The school board does not dictate curriculum in most places. It just doesn't. All the school board does is approve budgets. They do not, and they hire the superintendent. That's basically it. So, if people have this big plan to get elected to school board, what they're going to find after they get elected to school board is they don't really have power to do anything. Not anything. And you need to look at this realistically. Tom just attacked the Zen Education Project. The Zen Education Project is one of the things that people are signing petitions through, saying that they will teach critical race theory no matter what the law says. He's involved with that. So lots of crazy stuff going on there. What a powerful selection of back-to-school books. Amazing to see the books I co-edited, Teaching for Black Lives, included. Oh. No more police. Thank you, Mary, for that email. I just got it. Let me just look at it real quick. Oh, wow. Mary, if you're still watching, you should public records request absolutely every possible thing that you can then. So what's just happened, and Mary and I were having, well, it's not the name she uses in the stream, but like, so we were having words earlier in the stream about like, she was saying that it's free to public records request things. And I was like, no, it's not free to public records request things. And she was like, yes, it is. And I said, no, it's not. So basically, the specific school that she is in, the very specific one that she was going to school board meetings for, have a policy that they weren't going to charge for this stuff. So that is a stroke of luck. Okay. That's not true of every school. And so if you're still in the chat, I apologize that I was wrong. I will admit when I'm wrong when I'm actually proven to be wrong. It's just that most of the time I'm not. But what I will say is that it applies to your specific school. That is a very unusual policy. And this is why when I'm on stream, guys, I have to be really careful, because if I say it's just free to request this stuff, and then people go and they do FOIA requests and then they get a note back from the school saying it will be $15,000 for that records request, which is not actually an unheard of thing. What's going to happen is I'm going to hear from people saying you said it was free. It's not free at all. And then so I have to be really careful that what I'm giving on stream is as nuanced and as broadly generalizable as possible. So I am thrilled beyond measure that one school has a policy where they're not charging, and you should FOIA the shit out of them. You should get every single one of their emails ever. Their emails. But that's just not, sadly, that's just not the way it works in most places. But I appreciate you forwarding that to me, because that's good information. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Garfield School. Let's jump in here, because that's where that socialist dude is a teacher. Let's see. Sometimes schools have stuff on their websites and sometimes they don't. Well, let's just do it. Let's just look for equity. F it. About Garfield High School. Principal. I knew something was going to be in this principal's newsletter. Okay, so what I have found is that in the most woke school districts that exist, places like Burlington definitely did this, Seattle, Portland, like the uber leftist of the leftist, the principal's newsletter can oftentimes be a source of truth, because when they're writing these newsletters and they put them on their websites, they don't really think people are going to read them. Only like the most interested people are going to read them. And usually those most interested people agree with them. So oftentimes, I think that they're a bit more honest in the principal's newsletter than they might be, say, if they were talking to the media. So the newsletter, make sure you are reading the newsletters. But I just wanted to be on the record that if you called Jesse 5 times at 5 a.m., I didn't give you his damn phone number. Just like I didn't give you the Queen's phone number, you found it on Google. By the way, someone should really tell the Queen from England that his phone number is available on Google. Cheers. They like to spread around that I've been doxing people. I haven't doxed shit. You guys are the ones that are doxing people, not me. But I can't help it if our intrepid investigator bot finds your effing phone number and then calls you 5 times at 5 a.m. I can't help it. It's not my problem. All right, let's see. About James A. Garfield, hi. As a diverse learning community of students, families, and professional educators, we respect both differences and similarities in race, ethnicity, culture, religion, language, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. Where is equity showing up in this page? Equity. There it is. In order to reach our vision, we will encourage a healthy dialogue and inquiry about race and equity. Okay, so when I see on a school website saying they encourage a healthy dialogue about race and equity, what I think in my head is struggle session. They're encouraging struggle sessions at school. I could be wrong about that. That's just the first thing that pops to mind. Is this their Twitter? No, that's Seattle Public Schools, Seattle Public Schools, Seattle Public Schools. So all of these websites are within the Seattle Public Schools system. Media. Seattle Public Schools. All right, let's look at the principal's newsletter. This is for 2021. Again, guys, the Control F function is your best friend when you're having to go through pages quickly, because it allows you just to find. Oh, look at this. As we enter the 2021-2022 school year, again, this was last year. This was a newsletter about a year old. Still in the throes of the pandemic, we recognize that we are in unprecedented times rife with uncertainty. Rest assured that our primary focus is to ensure that all students, staff return to in-person learning, blah, blah, blah. Conduct ongoing equity walks with administrative team members, students, and teachers to accurately assess the state of equitable educational practices in all classrooms at Garfield. What is an equity walk? I don't know the answer to that. Let's go back to search. Continuous improvement plan. Another thing that I would like to get access to, I don't know that it means struggle walk. I mean, it very well could mean that. Another thing that I want to start figuring out how to get access to are, I want, like, do you guys remember? Does anyone have this experience? I remember when I went to high school, I was given like a really thick book, like that thick. And it had every single class that was offered at the high school listed in that book. And it had it was basically like a college course catalog, except it was in high school. Do those things still exist? I want to start getting access to course catalogs, because one of the things we're finding is that teachers are teaching courses specifically in social justice and activism. Joyce Lena says, will their equity walk show them inequities between the general student population's lunchroom compared to the lunchroom for highly capable students? Segregation at its finest. That's a great question. They have different lunchrooms. Is that real? I'm going to go to college and career counseling just for shits and giggles. Student life. You know what I want to see? I want to see if they have a GSA. These GSAs are crazy. Oh, they don't have it. Mid-September is when we will have access to their GSA. Saw that. Not going to look into that right now. I wonder, GSA. Look at that. It does have a GSA. It does. It did at one time have a GSA. I wonder if, hang on. I'm doing a separate Google search. Seattle Public School GSA. Oh, bing, 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 bing. Check this out. Okay. I just did a Google search for Seattle Public Schools GSA. GSA used to stand for Gay Straight Alliance. It no longer stands for Gay Straight Alliance. Now it stands for Gender and Sexuality Alliances, because what they're doing is they're making GSAs all about transing the kids. Look what came up first. seattleschools.org, LGBTQ programs, curriculum, and support. Very first search result. GSA groups. Gender and Sexuality Alliance, aka Gay Straight Alliance, at schools at almost all high schools and many middle schools. K through 5 gender book kits. Joycelina, can we get the K through 5 gender book kit? What is in? In response to student need, the district introduced classroom materials that focus on age-appropriate concepts of gender and gender identity. The K through 5 gender book kit are available to Seattle teachers, Seattle K through 5 teachers. What is in this gender book kit? Hang on, I'm taking a screenshot of this. Hang on. I want to know what's in this gender book kit. I'm going to just tweet this out real quick. Hang on. Guys, mouth that like button while I'm asking the Twitter for information. Of course, I'm not tweeting it out as I am permanently banned on Twitter, but I'm instructing the intrepid volunteers who run the actively unwoke Twitter account to tweet this out right now. Does anyone know what is in the K through 5 gender book kit that Seattle public school teachers get? I'm sure that will be tweeted out any second by the intrepid volunteers that run the actively unwoke Twitter account. The books and lessons were developed by a district-led task force, community members, parents, and educators in response to the state's adoption of new health education standards. These standards introduce at the elementary school level concepts such as gender, gender roles, gender expression, and gender identity. Sin, you have videos? Oh my goodness. Hang on. Sin! Holy shit. Sin to the rescue. Look at this. Sin, how did you find this? Look at this. This is a series of videos the Seattle Public Schools students in kindergarten through 5th grade. The videos showcase books and lessons from the Gender Book Kit, which was developed in 2017. These age-appropriate lessons align with the Washington State health education standards related to self-identity. You can find more information about the K through 5 Gender Book Kit. Link to come. Each video identifies the intended. Should we watch some of the videos? Should we watch some of the videos for the book kit, the gender book kit? Oh, Sin! Holy shit! All right, let me get this set up. We're gonna watch some videos. And we had to Google this. This was not okay. So one of the points I want to make, I think I set this up correctly. Hang on. I'm gonna make sure I set it up correctly. So Sin found this through a Google search, which is different than searching the website. Okay? So sometimes what websites can do is they can eliminate certain search results from their internal indexing. So an internal search on the school's website is not always going to produce everything that you might need, but you can Google that and you can literally Google it and other things might come up as we did in this case. And this is all on their website. So this is under Seattle Public Schools, Department's Health Education, LGBTQ programs and curriculum support. And then we've got the Gender Book Kit. Let's start off with kindergarten. Oh God, there's a lesson plan, a self-portrait. Okay. Kindergarten.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Brennan Ham, and I'm the health education specialist and trainer for Seattle Public Schools.
No!
Pronouns, but anything said with respect is great. So they, she, and he all work for me. I'm very excited to be here with you today because we are going to read a fabulous book called Introducing Teddy. The full title is Introducing Teddy, a gentle story about gender and friendship. This is written by Jessica Walton and illustrated by Dougal McPherson. Now take a look at this picture. We see here on the cover of this book a really sad-looking teddy. This teddy has a little sad face and has a bow tie.
This is for
We see a
kindergartners.
mirror here, and then we see a teddy with a bow and a really big happy face. So what do you think this story might be about? I'm very excited to share it with you. It's a very special story. Now, before we begin, I would like to cover some important words that'll really, really help us understand this story better. Now, the first word is acceptance. Take a moment and think, when have you heard the word acceptance before? The second word is compassion. When have you heard the word compassion before? Take a moment and think, what does compassion mean? And now that third word is gender. Take a moment and think, what does gender mean? Where have you heard it before or seen it?
This is so
The fourth
creepy.
word
Is anyone
is
else creeped
gender
out?
role. When have you heard or considered what gender role might mean? Where have you seen it? And the fifth and final word that we're going to talk about today is the word unique. What does unique mean? Again, take a moment to consider those words. And what I'm going to do is share with you our Seattle Public Schools definition for kindergarten for each of these words.
For
The first word,
Holy shit.
acceptance. Acceptance means being supportive, kind or friendly to others, accepting other people and their differences, and being okay with something. The second word, compassion, means being a good friend to someone when that person needs it.
Okay, I'm just going to pause this real quick. Obviously, we are going to be watching all of these videos tonight, so everyone just needs to hunker down and go get a drink and a snack. If you want to, I'm busting out the knitting. But it's like, okay, these words in and of themselves are not bad. There's nothing wrong with teaching children about compassion and acceptance. Fine. But this guy is creepy. This is creepy. He's talking like he's flirting. I'm sorry. I've spent a lot of time around gay men. I'm a magnet for gay men. They flock to me like I don't know what. It's the lesbian haircut. This is creepy. This is for kindergartners. He is basically flirting, okay? Like, and why does he, like, I just don't understand. So it's not like even the words themselves. It's like the whole context of what this thing is. All right.
Awareness and kindness for other people's feelings, emotions, and experiences. That third word, gender, means a person's feeling about being either a boy or a girl.
That's not what
neither,
gender means.
Both, or somewhere in between.
That's not what gender means at all. They
The
just
fourth
defined,
word,
hang
gender
on.
role, means
They just define gender as a feeling you have. That's not what gender means. Oh, I'm sure I'm really going to like this definition too.
cultural ways about how men and women are supposed to act.
Oh my
So we
God.
can think of expectations that we have for people. So for example, baking is an activity that we usually associate with girls, and weightlifting is an activity that we usually associate with boys. But anyone can do any of those things if it makes them feel like themselves. Now that final word is unique. Unique means something or someone very special. Everyone is unique because everyone is uniquely them.
Everyone wants to be
Now
unique.
we're going to read this fabulous book, and I want to think about those words. Again, acceptance, compassion, gender, gender role.
I promise
and
you I
unique.
like D just
Let's
as
see
much
how
as
they
this
play
guy
out.
does. Not a lesbian.
So here we begin. Introducing
Yeah,
Teddy
sure.
by Jessica Walton, illustrated by Dougal McPherson. All right, here we begin. Errol and Thomas the Teddy play together every day. They ride their bike in the backyard. They plant vegetables in the garden. They have sandwiches for lunch in the treehouse. Here they are in their treehouse, eating delicious sandwiches, no doubt.
He's wearing a
And
rainbow
They
ring.
have tea parties inside when it's raining.
I'm pretty sure he has shimmer nail polish on too in that one finger. I'm not judging. I like shimmer nail polish, but
One day, Errol woke to find the sun shining through his bedroom window. Hooray, he shouted. Come on, Thomas, let's go to the park and play. Thomas the teddy didn't feel like playing. We see Thomas here looking very sad. I wonder if we'll find out why. You seem sad today, Thomas, said Errol. Don't worry, the park will cheer you up. Thomas the teddy wasn't so sure. We see here Thomas is skeptical. But we see Errol seems to be trying very hard to be a really good friend, really excited to cheer on this teddy bear. Oh no, even the swing isn't working. What's wrong, Thomas? Talk to me. If I tell you, said Thomas, you might not want to be my friend anymore.
Oh no.
Ugh. I wonder what this teddy is going to share.
Good information, Joyce Lena.
I will always be your friend, Thomas. Thomas the teddy took a deep breath. I need to be myself, Errol. In my heart, I've always known that I'm a girl teddy, not a boy teddy.
What the fuck?
I wish my name was Tilly, not Thomas.
Yeah, stunning and brave.
How do you
Stunning
think
and
Errol will
brave.
respond?
Oh my god.
Let's find out. Is that why you've been so sad?
He's
Errol
not a girl
asked?
or a boy, it's a
I
bear.
don't care if you're a girl teddy or a boy teddy. What matters to me is that you are my friend. You are the best friend a bear could have, said Tilly. Ugh. So here we see acceptance, accepting somebody for their differences. We see compassion, being a good friend. We also see somebody demonstrating their gender, right? So how they identify themselves, how they know in their heart and their mind to be a boy, a girl, neither, both, or something else altogether. So here we see Tilly the teddy tell us that she's a girl teddy. Again, you're the best friend a bear could have, said Tilly.
This is so creepy.
Now that you're feeling better, said Errol, let's call our friend Ava. Hi, Ava. Teddy and I are at the park. Do you want to come and play? Sure, Errol. Let me just finish building my robot. Here's Ava, and here's Ava's robot. And here we have Tilly and Errol. Do you like robots? I think they're awesome. But personally, I'm more of a teddy bear person myself. Hi, Errol. Hi, Thomas. Ava called out.
I got
as
it,
she
Phil. Thank
sped
you.
Toward them. Hi, Ava, said Errol. Teddy has a new name. Let me introduce you to Tilly. What a great name, said Ava. Let's go and play, Tilly. So we see here that Errol was being a really, really good friend, showing that compassion, being thoughtful, and also supporting Tilly by sharing Tilly's new name with Ava, presumably with Tilly's permission. Now, we also see Tilly demonstrating compassion and acceptance as well. She didn't question that. She didn't try to make Tilly feel bad or for being different. She was just like, great. What a great name, Tilly. That's a good friend. Now, the only thing that we want to note here is that it looks like Ava forgot her helmet. Please remember, if you're outside on a scooter or a bicycle, it's important to wear your helmet. Wait, I'm just going to move my bow tie, said Tilly the teddy. I've always wanted a bow instead.
It's an outfit. It's an
Here,
outfit. They're
we have
teaching them it's an
Ava, who has
outfit.
taken her bow and just tossed it away. She didn't want it anymore. And then here we have Tilly, who took her bow tie and turned it into a bow for her hair. Over here, let's continue to read. Good for you, Tilly. Wear whatever makes you happy, said Ava. I think I'll get rid of my bow. I like my hair free. This is also an interesting example of gender roles. So a lot of times people expect girls to want to wear bows. But as we see here, Ava doesn't want to do that. But we also see Tilly, who's a girl teddy, who absolutely does want to.
Maybe
There's tremendous
the
variation.
teddy could have
We
worn
can
it as a
all
boy
kind of do
teddy and been
whatever
just
feels good to
fine.
us, whatever makes us feel good. Let's continue reading. Errol, Ava, and Tilly played all morning until it was time to go home. See you at our next tea party, Errol said as Ava stepped onto her scooter. Yes, see you there. I'm bringing a friend, Ava yelled as she sped away. I'm also going to assume that she went to go get her helmet. It's very important. Here we see them playing.
He's a health
Errol
education
and Tilly the
specialist.
Teddy play together every day.
Health education
They ride
specialist.
their bike in
Seattle
the
Public
backyard.
Schools.
Here they are. They plant vegetables in the garden. They have sandwiches for lunch in the treehouse. And they have tea parties inside when it's raining. So here we have Ava with her robot, Tilly and Errol all together playing. How wonderful. And that's it. Here we go. Thank you so much for reading this fabulous book. Again, this is Introducing Teddy, and this was written by Jessica Walton and illustrated by Dougal McPherson. I hope you loved this book as much as I do. Before we end today, I'd love for you to consider a really fun lesson. This lesson that we have for you is a chance for you to introduce yourself with an illustration of your own. So this is a chance for you to make a self-portrait. So that means drawing a picture of yourself.
We're going to look at the lesson plan in a
as
second.
we saw in the book, when Tilly the Teddy looked in the mirror, she was able to see her full self, how she wanted to be, right? We saw that bow in her hair. We saw a big smile.
They're
on her
encouraging
face.
kindergarteners to
So
see
this is a
themselves as
chance
trans.
for you to think about what are things that make you uniquely you. So for me, for example, I really love this hat. And if I wore this hat every day, I might draw myself with this hat, right? Let's say I really, really love swimming. So maybe I would also draw some goggles in my hand in this self-portrait. That would be an example of me demonstrating who I am, what makes me uniquely me. So I hope you get to do this activity. I would say it's really fun to do with a parent or guardian or older sibling too. A chance to introduce yourself, even to somebody that you already know and love. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for being uniquely you.
He went to Harvard for grad school. It doesn't actually surprise me at all. Stephanie says he went to Harvard for grad school. It doesn't actually surprise me at all, Stephanie, if that's true. Oh, you're going to get a good shot of my bookmarks there. All right. Let me see. All right. So Phil, I think this is the website you sent me as well. They've got all this stuff on there. I totally missed. Okay, so this is something I need to keep in mind about the Seattle Public Schools website. So this is a weird navigation thing. Oh, shit. Hang on. Didn't even show it to you guys. That's great. Excellent. Didn't show you guys the things that I showed you. So this is something I need to keep in mind for the Seattle Public Schools website is they have a really weird navigation. And so you want to keep it so this is what tripped me up. So I basically, when I went to this website, I started scrolling down it like a normal website, right? And that's when we found this book kit thing. And I was like, where's the book kit? What's the book kit? But you know where it was? It was linked up here. It was above. But I wouldn't have even thought to look there because that's just not how most websites work. And so I'm pointing this out specifically because this is why it's really important to get attention to detail. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. We landed in the rabbit hole of holy shit. So now we've got their videos. And so now another thing we know about this too is that the Seattle Public Schools are not doing some of their crazy bullshit under equity or any of that. They're probably doing crazy bullshit under that. We don't know yet because their professional development guidelines are behind a password protected paywall. But they're doing it under health education, which this is not something I've encountered for. It's not something I've encountered before. They're doing the trans stuff under health education. So people need to make sure that if you can't find it, look under health education. You found his LinkedIn. So you know what's funny? He went to Harvard for graduate school. My first job in higher education ever, and I worked in higher education for 10 years. My first job in higher education ever was the Harvard Graduate School of Education. So it's good to see. Yeah, we found their YouTube channel earlier, Bot. We got that. So let's look at some more videos. Now I want to look at, so this one, So they have the introducing Teddy video, but I want to see they have the self-portrait download that you can, that's what he showed at the end of that. But what I want to see is the lesson plan, because I'm going to bet in their lesson plan that they're going to encourage students to see themselves as trans in their self-portrait. Let's just see. So this is basically, he went through, this is basically what he did when he was teaching the book. Assignment: complete a self-portrait that depicts 3 things about who they are if they are being themselves. Additional resources: teaching tolerance, diversity lessons, gender spectrum. I bet the gender unicorn is in there. I bet you when they're having students to do, at the end of the book, ask, what do you think it means to be yourself? How are the characters in the book being themselves? Point out that some people might feel like Tilly if they are expected to do something or wear something, and listen to what they're having the teachers do. Point out that if some people might feel like the transgender teddy bear, if they are expected to do something or wear something or act in a way that doesn't feel like themselves. They may feel like they have certain gender roles they are expected to live by. This is for kindergarteners, guys. They're encouraging the kindergarteners to explore their gender identity because the teddy bear decided that the teddy bear didn't want to be a boy teddy bear. He wanted to be a girl teddy bear. Fascinating. Fascinating. Oh, good. I'm especially intrigued by My Princess Boy, A House for Everyone, or My Princess Boy. Okay, let me just set this up to make sure we have sound. Hang on. Let's move into the first grade gender book plan, shall we? We need to watch My Princess Boy. I'm sorry, we'll watch the house one too. What is this My Princess Boy thing? Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it.
Hi there, students. My name is Brennan Ham.
Oh,
I'm a health education specialist and trainer for Seattle Public Schools. I prefer my name to pronouns, but anything said with respect is great. So they, she, and he all work for me. One of the awesome parts of my job is I get to read fantastic stories with you, and the book that we're going to get to read today.
He is the trans education specialist.
It's called My Princess Boy. This is written by Cheryl Kilo Davis. So before we begin, I'd like for us to consider some different items or different things and activities, and think about how we associate, meaning how we link up or connect those activities with certain genders. So for example, let's think of baking. Now, when I think of baking, what do you think most people think of? Who do we think bakes? Is it boys or is it girls?
Everyone.
I feel like most people might say girls bake. Or if we think about boxing, do we think, people might
Phil,
say
I think you could pull that
boys.
shirt off.
Do you think boys or girls? They probably will say boys. What about soccer? Do girls play soccer or do boys play soccer?
Both.
What do you think? I feel like most people might say boys play soccer. What about video games?
Sounds to me like he's reinforcing gender roles right there.
Play video games. What about dancing? Do people think that girls dance or that boys dance? People might say that girls dance.
Why is he reinforcing gender roles?
I want us to think about these things because there are a lot of times
he's wearing sparkle nail polish. He really is.
Put on people based off of how they might identify as a boy, as a girl, as neither, as both, or somewhere in between. And those activities.
I have a problem with sparkle nail polish, but
same with outfits. Think of a time, maybe talk to a parent, a guardian, or older sibling, and think of a time when you had to do an activity that didn't really feel good to you, or had to wear an outfit that didn't really feel like your favorite. So we are going to hear a fabulous story about...
Wait, for real? Clint is having Alex Jones? That actually makes sense. Good for Clint, man. Clint is a good guy. Shout out to Clint from the Liberty Lockdown podcast. Clint is a good dude. And congratulations to Clint for getting Alex Jones on his show. That's great. Clint is doing a great job.
young person who likes to wear dresses, and these dresses make this person feel really good. So what it's like to do things that make you feel good. Now, before we begin with that, I would like to cover 3 important words. Those words are words that we're going to use throughout this book to just make better sense of what we're learning. The first word is acceptance. The second is compassion.
Didn't we just learn these words?
The third word is unique.
We just learned these words.
So again, we have acceptance, we have compassion, and we have unique. Think about what those words might mean. I'm going to share with you the Seattle Public Schools definitions of each of these words. So we have acceptance, which means being supportive, kind, or friendly to others, accepting other people and their differences.
I don't have any problem with that.
Compassion means being a good friend to someone when that person needs it. Awareness and kindness for other people's feelings.
Don't have any problem with that.
Experiences. Again, compassion means being a good friend to someone when they need it. And that final word, unique, means something or someone very special.
Everyone
Seattle Public
can't be
Schools, we
unique.
recognize that all of our students are unique because all of you are special. Now, we're also going to hear this fabulous book that tells a story about someone who is unique and special. And we'll see how the people in this person's life show compassion and show acceptance. And also what happens and how this person feels when people don't show those things. Let's learn together.
Yes, let's do so.
Again, My Princess Boy by Cheryl Kilo Davis.
Age
Also
appropriate for
illustrated by
first
Suzanne
graders, according to the
Simone.
Seattle Public Schools.
We'll begin together now. My Princess Boy. My Princess Boy is 4 years old. He likes pretty things. Pink is his favorite color. He plays dress up in girly dresses. He dances like a beautiful ballerina. My Princess Boy has a cool brother. His brother plays baseball and soccer. And his brother dances with my Princess Boy. My Princess Boy loves his brother. This is an example of compassion and acceptance. We see an older brother who's showing compassion and acceptance for his younger brother, and what his younger brother likes to dress, how his younger brother likes to dress, and what his younger brother likes to do, which is dance and dress in really awesome dresses. Let's learn more. My Princess Boy loves his dad. His dad tells my Princess Boy how pretty he looks in a dress. His dad holds his hand and tells him to twirl. My Princess Boy smiles and hugs his dad. Here we see another example of acceptance, so accepting someone for who they are, and compassion, being a true friend. In this case, this person is being a really amazing dad, and this person is also the other person is being a really amazing child, being their full, authentic selves and loving each other. It's important. My Princess Boy has play dates with boys and girls. He likes to climb trees in his Princess Boy tiara crown. When he plays dress up, he likes to change clothes a lot. He wears a green ballet leotard and dances with his friends. Here we have them dancing and playing, just having a good time. I love my Princess Boy. When we go shopping, he is the happiest when looking at girls' clothes. But when he says he wants to buy a pink bag or a sparkly dress, people stare at him. Ugh. When he buys girl things, they laugh at him. And then they laugh at me. It hurts us both. Now let's take a moment. Why do you think this might hurt somebody's feelings to be laughed at? It certainly doesn't feel very good when you are trying to do things that make you feel really great, or buy things that make you feel really special and seen, and have other people laugh at you or put you down, or put down your family members. That doesn't feel very good to anybody.
I'm sorry. Hang on.
Right?
Hang on.
Acceptance when people aren't.
The reality is that in life, people are going to make fun of you. I am made fun of on the internet every fucking day. And you know what? It's all right, because those people are losers who have nothing better to do with their lives. What we should be teaching kids, and the earlier we can start teaching them this, the better, is that It doesn't matter what other people think. This is what I learned growing up. It doesn't matter what other people think. This is what was taught when I was in school. I don't know if anyone else had this experience. It doesn't matter what other people think. It doesn't matter if other people laugh at you. It doesn't matter if other people call you names. It doesn't matter what they think. Do what makes you happy. Do it regardless of what they say or what they do. And let every single person who laughs at you or make fun of you be that thing that drives you forward to be more determined to do what you want to do. They're not teaching kids resiliency anymore. They are teaching kids that your feelings are directly dependent on another person, which is the stupidest thing in the world. It's not even true, by the way. Psychologically, it is not true. Our feelings are dependent upon the emotions that we choose to have. They're not based on what happens to us. This is part of the problem, is that people have been taught that the feelings you have, whether you feel happy or sad or angry or overjoyed or fulfilled or oppressed or whatever it is, they've been taught that your feelings are entirely dependent on other people, and that is not true. You can wake up every day and choose to be happy, and you can say, no matter what happens today, I'm going to have a great day. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to focus on the things I want to focus on. If other people have things to say about it, then whatever. It is not what other people say is none of my business, but they are not going to disrupt my good day. Our emotions dictate our experiences. Our experience does not dictate our emotions. This has been proven in the positive psychology world time and time and time and time and time again. What they are doing is trying to reverse this to teach children when they are vulnerable and impressionable that your experience in life is entirely dependent on other people and not dependent on what you choose to say and what you choose to do. Stop looking for validation from other people. You are never going to get it. And this type of shit is way more harmful in the long term than someone laughing at you because they don't like your clothes.
Showing compassion. Let's learn some more. Once my prince boy wore a dress at his birthday party. He welcomed his friends to his home and he said, I am a princess boy. He put on jewelry and he liked how pretty he looked and waved his princess boy wand. Here we have my princess boy enjoying himself very thoroughly, as one should on their birthday. And then my princess boy was the princess for Halloween. He went trick-or-treating with his brother. One woman laughed at him because he was in a princess dress. My princess boy asked, why did she laugh at me? I told him, some people don't think boys should wear dresses. Now you'll see in this instance right here, we have my princess boy and my princess boy's brother. And this is the person that laughed at my princess boy. But you'll notice that my princess boy's brother shows amazing compassion, amazing acceptance, and does not let go of his little sibling's hand. He holds on and shows his love and support of my princess boy. But a princess boy can wear a dress at his school, and I will not laugh at him. And a princess boy can wear pink, and I will tell him how pretty he looks. A princess boy can play with me in pretty girl clothes, and I will still play with him. Now I have a question for you from this book. If you see a princess boy, will you laugh at him? Thumbs up for yes. Thumbs down for no. If you see a princess boy, will you call him a name? Thumbs up for yes. Thumbs down for no. If you see a princess boy, will you play with him? Thumbs up for yes. Thumbs down for no. And finally, if you see a princess boy, will you like him for who he is? Thumbs up for yes. Thumbs down for no. Okay, let's continue to read.
Okay, I want to say this. Like,
our princess boy is...
He is wearing gold sparkle nail polish, whatever. I think it's good to teach kids to not be overt dicks to people based on things they can't control. If a kid is like, okay, I actually this might make some people angry. I don't buy into this argument that there are no trans kids. I don't buy into it at all. If trans is about gender dysphoria, that has to do with the development of the brain, and that development of the brain is going to exist in children. It just is. If it exists in adults, and it's going to exist in children. So I don't buy into this line of there are no trans kids. There are obviously trans kids. There are obviously trans kids. And I can't imagine how hard that must be. That must be like, we're talking about an extremely small percentage of the population, but it's got to be one of the most difficult childhoods to go through. And I think it's a good idea, and not even just trans kids, because there might be boys who are more feminine. God knows. I mean, that, a lot of gay men are, not all gay men, but many of them are. Like, there might be girls who are more masculine. God knows I was one of those. I was a tomboy. I still am a tomboy. And it's like, I like that they are teaching kids that you like, include people, play with people, don't make fun of people. I actually like this. And that might be controversial, but like, just because I think it's ridiculous that they have these types of books and they're doing these types of lessons in school, I think that this is a good lesson. I do. Like, if there's a young boy and he wants to wear a dress and twirl and do a dance, you know what? Don't laugh at him. Don't make fun of him. Play with him. Be his friend. These are good things to teach. I don't really have as much of a problem with this. This book is actually not as offensive as I thought it was going to be. It's not. I mean, it's not over yet, and the bigger picture bothers me a lot more than this one thing. I just want to say that, like, I actually think that these are good lessons to teach, even though this guy is creepy, and the fact that they're reading these books to 6-year-olds is a little creepy to me on video. But I don't think it's bad.
Is happy because we love him for who he is. My princess boy is your princess boy.
I don't think this was that bad.
Our reading of My Princess Boy, again written by Cheryl Kilo Davis and illustrated by Suzanne De Simone. So I would like for you to talk with a parent, guardian, or older sibling about the story and ways that you saw acceptance, compassion, and uniqueness show up in this beautiful story. And I would also like you to think about what we talked about earlier, which were those activities and things that we associate with as boy things or girl things.
Yeah, Bot's making a good point. Don't be his friend just because he likes dresses. That's what they want. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Be his friend because you want to be his friend.
So, for example, we talked about soccer, we talked about boxing, baking, video games, dancing. And I want us to think about how maybe those things are actually for everybody. There are no boys' toys, games, or clothes, just as there are no girls' clothes, toys, or games. People can simply like what they like. Now, I also want to thank everybody for your attention and for getting to read this fabulous book. I hope it was just as special for you as it was for me. Thank you all, and thank you for being uniquely you. Bye.
All right. I give the book wasn't bad. I give the book like a 7 out of 10, maybe. I don't think the book was bad. I'm sorry. I don't think it was bad. I think the guy reading it was creepy. There's something creepy. There is. All right. Why do I keep going back? Let's watch the other one. A House for Everyone. Yes, you can wear a dress and still be a boy, which I agree with.
I'm the health education specialist and trainer at Seattle.
Oh my gosh, this guy's outfits.
The pronouns, but anything said with respect is great. So they, she, and he all work for me. I'm very excited because we're going to read to you.
I probably shouldn't be doing commentary on this guy's clothes. I mean, because, like, let's just be honest, like, my clothes aren't that much better. I wear black t-shirts and hats and like all sorts of crazy shit, like shawls and stuff. So like, I'm not like, I probably shouldn't be making fun of this guy's clothes, but I'm sorry. You're wearing like What are those, like, cockroach earrings? It's just a little weird. It's weird. I'm sure he's a fine person that is not at all grooming children on the internet. I'm sure he's a nice person.
I'm going to read to you a fabulous book called A House for Everyone. This book is written by Joe Hurst, and it's illustrated by Naomi Bardoff. This book is
Phil,
for
I played
first
chicken
graders.
hunting
So if
earlier.
you
I
are
played
older than
chicken
first
hunting as
grade,
the
feel
intro.
free
I
to
was hoping
also
you would
tune
be
in.
here.
If you're younger than first grade, make sure that you have a parent or guardian or older sibling present, so that way you can ask questions if you have any. But the lesson that's going to be accompanying what we read today is going to be for first graders. So enjoy. All right, now before we begin, it's really important that we understand two different vocabulary words or phrases to help us better understand this amazing book. The first word is gender identity. Take a moment and
Oh,
think, what is gender identity?
here we go.
What does the word identity mean?
First graders, 6 years
Really
old.
is referring to us, to thinking about ourselves, right? So
This
gender
would not be
identity
legal
is
in
how
Florida.
who we know ourselves to be, how we understand ourselves. So most people know themselves to either be a boy, a girl, or something else. All of that is welcome here at Seattle Public Schools. And we're going to learn about some characters who have a variety of gender identities. The second word that we're going to learn today is gender expression. Now think about the word expression. Where might you have heard that word before? Expression.
He's teaching the
Has word
gender
express
unicorn.
in it, how we express. So gender expression is about how people make choices about how they demonstrate their gender. So that's like the clothes that we wear, the way that we talk, the way we cut our hair, those kinds of things. That is gender expression, or how we express our gender. Everybody has a gender expression. And in this book, there are many different characters with many different varieties of gender expression. And we're going to learn about some together today.
Good. Oh,
So
good.
let's get started. This is the book, A House for Everyone, again written by Joe Hurst and illustrated by Naomi Bardoff. Let's read together. A House for Everyone. Lunchtime is our favorite part of the day. We build a house for everyone. We collect everything we need from around the playground. Here are all of the characters that we're going to learn about today. I'll get all the sticks we need, says Ivy. It won't take long. She is the fastest runner in our group. She gathers large sticks from all over the playground. Ivy is a girl. She likes her hair cut really short. Her favorite clothes are shorts and a t-shirt, and she never ever chooses to wear a dress. So let's take a moment and think.
So
We
she's a
just met
tomboy.
Ivy. So let's think about what we know of Ivy's gender identity and gender expression.
Tomboy.
Let's go back to the page. So Ivy, it says Ivy identifies as a girl. Ivy is a girl. But it also tells us that Ivy likes to express her gender in a different way. So she likes to have her hair cut really short. She also doesn't like to wear dresses. She prefers shorts and t-shirts. So that tells us about Ivy's gender expression, right? And gender identity. So Ivy's a girl who likes to have her
Do they
hair
even
cut really
teach the
short.
word tomboy
She uses
anymore?
she, her pronouns. Her haircut's really short, and her outfits are generally shorts and t-shirts, but never ever dresses. So really cool. It's great to meet Ivy. Let's meet some more folks together. I'll build the house, says Alex. I'll make sure it holds together and does not fall down. Alex loves to build. They have the biggest Lego collection of all our friends.
Alex is non-binary.
They take the sticks that Ivy has collected and carefully balance them against the fence. Alex does not feel like just a boy or just a girl. They feel very uncomfortable being called he or she. Alex prefers people to use their name Alex or they. Let's take a moment and think about what we just learned about this person.
Alex is 6 years old.
So in terms of gender identity, we talked about gender identity. Some of the options are boy, girl, or something else. A lot of times folks will use the word non-binary. So in this case, we learned about Alex. Alex doesn't feel like a boy or a girl. Alex feels like something else. So in this case, Alex uses the pronoun they and them. So instead of saying he does or she does. We would say they do when we're talking about Alex. So now we have a sense of Alex's gender identity. What about Alex's gender expression? Let's take a look. So Alex's gender expression looks really cool. Alex has sort of an open shirt, a fun orange dress, and a really cool scarf. Alex also has really...
They're literally equating gender expression with an outfit. They do this over and over and over again. They did this in the Trans Penguin video. They've done this in all the different books that we've only looked at 3 books so far, and it's all about outfits. They are teaching these kids that if you are uncomfortable, which P.S., everyone is uncomfortable basically their entire childhood, all the way up to after puberty. They're teaching kids that if you are uncomfortable, that is a reflection that your gender is just not what you think it is. And changing your gender is just as easy as putting on another outfit. It doesn't, like, they're not teaching them that it's like, if you're going to transition your gender, that requires actual surgery. Surgery that is not pretty. Surgery that is permanent. Surgery that will sterilize you. They're not teaching them that. They're teaching them that it is as simple as an outfit. It's so superficial. It is so incredibly superficial.
really short hair. So those are some the ways that Alex chooses to express their gender. That's really cool. Let's learn about another character.
Why do clothes have to just be an expression of gender? Why can't clothes just be an
I'll
expression of
decorate
things
the
you
house,
like?
says Sam. When I have finished, it will look amazing. Sam is very artistic and loves putting colors together. He collects flowers and leaves from all the different plants and trees in the playground. He drapes them carefully on the house. When he is finished, it looks beautiful. Sam is a boy. He loves to wear his hair long. His favorite sport is basketball. Sometimes when he plays basketball, he wears his hair in a ponytail. Awesome. So students, let's take a moment and think about what we just learned about Sam. So when we're thinking about gender identity, so that's who a person knows themselves to be, Sam expresses his gender identity as a boy. He understands himself to be a boy. His gender identity is boy. Now, when we think about expression, that's how Sam chooses to express his gender. Let's take a look and see what we notice. So we see here, Sam has long hair. We also see that Sam wears a t-shirt, gym shorts, and sneakers. So
Well, he's
Sam
playing
identifies as a
basketball. What
boy,
would you have
but
him
likes to
wear?
his hair long. He also likes to play basketball. And those are the things that make him feel like himself, which is really cool. So we see that Sam has a gender identity of boy and an expression of long hair, gym shorts, and t-shirt, and sneakers. Very cool. Let's learn some more. We will need something to sit on, says Jackson. I'll take care of that. Jackson is very, very strong. He carries the biggest, heaviest rocks from the playground into our house.
He's wearing a dress.
The big, flat rocks make comfortable seats for everyone. Jackson is a boy. He loves to wear dresses. At home, he has a huge collection of sparkly shoes.
Oh my
Dresses
God.
are not just for girls. Clothes are for everyone. We can all wear the clothes that we like. Let's take a moment and think about what we just learned about this amazing person named Jackson. So Jackson identifies as a boy. So when we're thinking about gender identity, we know that Jackson is a boy. When we're thinking about gender expression, we learn something new. So Jackson is like, I want to wear a dress. Dresses make Jackson feel good. He feels really great in dresses and sparkly shoes. So when it comes to expression, we learned that even though he is a boy, he can wear whatever makes him feel good. And in this case, it's dresses and sparkly shoes.
I'm sure that's going to go
So
over
we're
great when
learning
Jackson
that
has to go
maybe
get a
gender
job.
Expression and gender identity, sometimes they go together and sometimes they don't.
And
all of that
And listen, like, I'm one of those people where I mostly think the dress codes are bullshit. But I mean, and exactly, men in Scotland wear kilts. I have no issue with that. I don't actually listen, man. I came from the era of like going to like heavy metal concerts and having men wear skirts, and that was one of the things that they wore because that was what was sold at Hot Topic was the one-legged fucking pant that was a skirt. Okay, so I don't actually have a problem with like men wearing dresses or skirts or whatever. I'm just saying that someone is going to have to teach Jackson at some point that at some point Jackson's going to need to get a job. And jobs oftentimes put restrictions on what you can wear and what you cannot wear. And yes, I think that most of those things are stupid and bullshit, but that is the reality of the world, and that is something that they need to learn.
Is okay and fine and welcome here at Seattle Public Schools. Let's learn about some more characters. What about a sign for visitors? Asks Tom. I'll make that. Tom loves spelling. He uses small rocks to spell the word welcome at the entrance of our house. Tom is a boy. When he was born, everyone thought he was a girl. They gave him a girl's name. This made Tom sad. When he grew up, he told everyone he was a boy. Now, everyone calls him, he, and Tom. This makes Tom really happy.
Why are there more
let's take a
gender
moment
non-conforming
and think about
students
what
in
we
this
learned
book than
about
gender
Tom.
conforming students?
So Tom, people thought Tom was a girl when he was born and gave him the wrong name. Luckily, he told them that he was a boy and that his name is Tom. And now everyone is able to provide respect and love and acceptance to Tom for who he is. So when we're thinking about gender identity, we know that Tom identifies as a boy. So he is a boy. And when we think about expression, we can see here, let's take another look at the page. We can see here that Tom likes t-shirts and shorts and looks like really fun boots. And that makes him feel great in his gender expression as well as his gender identity. So Tom is a boy who likes to wear t-shirts, shoes, and shorts. Let's learn about some more.
I mean, yeah, Bot's making a good point. He keeps saying that they're all cool. Like,
All
that's
of
the
us working
goal.
together,
Is to be
The
cool.
house is soon ready. Look how cool that is.
Oh my god.
Awesome.
Oh my god.
Ivy brings her dinosaur collection into the house. We made a rock.
You know what's more creepy to me than almost anything about these videos is that, like, if there was music in the background, they might be a little less creepy, but I don't know if people can hear this. I can definitely hear it in my headphones. There's background noise that makes it sound like he's in a basement or a boiler room. I'm having total Nightmare on Elm Street vibes. Like it's like there's an air conditioner in the background that the sound is picking up on, and so it's just like this slow. It's like this really soft hum in the background that makes it seem like he's sitting in a boiler room. And I'm having total Nightmare on Elm Street vibes, like, watching these. And that's part of why I don't like it. It's really creeping me out. Room, like, atmosphere in which he's reading these children's books about being trans because you wear a specific outfit.
Mountain for the dinosaurs. Jackson brings his tiny teddies into the house. We each get to hold one. Alex brings their Lego collection into the house.
He stumbled on
they
they.
for the teddies. Tom brings his favorite joke book into the house and tells us some funny jokes. Sam brings his basketball into the house, so we go outside and play basketball for a while. Other friends come and join us. The house starts to get really crowded, but it's lots of fun. Ivy yells, "To the monkey bars, everyone!" We all love the monkey bars. Even though we are all a little bit different, we are all still the same, and we are all friends.
Notes for grown-ups. There's a whole section for grown-ups in
Thank
this.
you so much for reading A House for Everyone with me. Again, this was written by Joe Hurst and illustrated by Naomi Barnett.
Wow.
I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Okay.
Remember, the words that we learned about were gender identity and gender expression. So gender identity is who we know ourselves to be. Most commonly, that's a boy, a girl, or something else. We also learned about gender expression, and that's how we express our genders on the outside. So that's in the clothes that we wear, the way we cut our hair. It's also in how we talk or act, how we behave. So all of those things are gender identity and gender expression. Sometimes we can see gender expression expressed in a way like we saw with one of our characters who liked to wear a dress, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we know anything about that person's gender identity. And what's really cool about this book is that each of the characters got to tell you who they were. So we learned their gender identity, we learned more about their gender expression, and all the ways in which they were uniquely themselves. Thank you
Like,
so much for
why is
reading,
this in a
this
classroom where it
book,
looks like the
and I hope
classroom
you
is
all have a
dark? It's
wonderful day.
creepy.
Thank you for being uniquely you.
Okay.
Bye, everyone.
So what I didn't like about that video is it basically was filled with gender non-conforming kids. There was no, and like, statistically speaking, gender non-conforming kids are going to be a very small percent of the population, but that book makes it seem like they're everyone, and that's just not true. I do like that they're telling people to be nice to each other. That's fine. I have no issue with that at all. But they're making it seem like changing your gender is just about changing an outfit. Phil says it rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. And he's doing it in a dark classroom that sounds like he's in a boiler room. All right, guys, as a reminder, these are videos on the Seattle Public Schools website. We found them after about an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours of searching around. And we found them under the health education section. And I want to thank both Sin and Phil for finding this link, because this is their gender book and lesson plan that they are using right now. We've already watched kindergarten. We just watched first grade. In first grade, they're teaching craziness. Oh, they've got a house for everyone again in the second grade. Ooh, Jacob's new dress. Let us watch Jacob's new dress. Second grade, 7 years old. And just for people in the Unwoke Army, I said I might have a meeting in the Unwoke Army after my stream today. The stream is obviously going a little long because we're going down the elementary school gender book rabbit hole. I'm sorry, we're going to have to postpone. I want to see where this takes us. This is what happens when we start investigating public school websites.
Hi, students. My name is Brennan Ham, and I'm the health education
What is
specialist
that
and trainer at
shirt?
Seattle Public Schools. I prefer my name to pronouns, but anything said with respect is great. So they, she, and he all work for me. I'm very excited because one of the awesome parts of my job is that I get to read amazing stories with students. This story that we're going to read today is called Jacob's New Dress. Let's take a look. This is Jacob's New Dress. This book was written by Sarah and Ian Hoffman, and it's illustrated by Chris Case.
Why does he have a child drowning on his shirt?
We see a young person in a really cool purple dress. I know I would love to rock that. It should be cool. So before we begin this story, I'd love to cover 4 really important words. These words will help us better understand the story. The first word is acceptance. Acceptance.
A new word they're introducing.
The second word is ally.
Oh, ally! Ding, 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 bingo word.
The third word is gender. And the fourth word is gender role. Take a moment and think about what each of those words means or where you might have seen it before. So we have acceptance, ally or allyship, gender, and gender role. Again, 4 words, 4 words. Now I'm going to read to you our definitions for each of these 4 words from Seattle Public Schools. Acceptance means being supportive, kind, or friendly to others, accepting others and their differences. Ally. An ally is a person who works for equality to support people and groups that are different from them. Anyone can be an ally.
So,
gender.
We know that in second grade in the Seattle Public Schools, they are introducing the concept of allyship. That's what this video is telling us. This is when they start to introduce the concepts. And this is stuff we have to pay attention to, because the way that people think this stuff is taught, critical race theory, social emotional learning, the gender stuff, the way people think this is taught in schools is actually very different from the way it's taught in schools. They do a very slow progression where they introduce one basic concept and then they let it sit, and then they introduce another one, they let it sit, they introduce another one, they let it sit. So it's not being taught like these states that are passing laws against this stuff. They're not going to be effective because the laws are not actually speaking to how it's being taught when it's in real life. So that's what one of the reasons that we're watching this, to pay attention to this. But he's about to define gender as a feeling of whether or not you're a boy or a girl or nothing. So gender apparently is just a feeling now. Let's watch.
Is a person's feeling about being either a boy,
person's feeling about being a boy or a girl.
Neither, both, somewhere
That's what your
between,
gender
or
is. Your
something altogether different.
feelings.
And gender role are cultural ways of how men and women are supposed to act. So thinking about our expectations. Now, we're going to also provide extra emphasis on the word allyship. So we are going to, as we learn about this main character and all of the amazing characters around this main character, all the supporting characters, we're going to identify who is an ally and the ways in which they show allyship. So how we act out being an ally. So let's take a look at this book together. Jacob's New Dress. Jacob's New Dress, again by Sarah and Ian Hoffman, illustrated by Chris Case.
Being a boy is a feeling.
Jacob ran to join Emily in the dress-up corner. Here's Jacob, here's Emily, and here is the dress-up corner.
Oh, but this is for second graders. Don't worry, this is for second grade. This is 7.
Emily slid into a shiny yellow dress, while Jacob wiggled into a sparkly pink dress. They both reached for the crown, but Jacob got there first. "I'll be the princess," he said. Christopher frowned. "Jacob, why do you always wear the girl clothes? Put on the knight armor. That's what a boy wears." "Christopher, stop telling us what to do," said Emily. Here's Emily, here's Christopher, and here's Jacob. Now here we see, what do we see? What do we
No. But no,
Jacob
you're making this up. You
with
skipped
knight
ahead. Tell me you're
And
lying.
here we have Emily,
No.
who's standing up for Christopher, showing allyship and saying, "Stop telling us what to do. That's not polite to tell someone what to do." She's showing tremendous courage. Miss Wilson heard the hubbub. "What's going on, kids?" "Jacob is wearing girls' clothes," complained Christopher. "The dress-up corner is where we come to use our imaginations," Miss Wilson said. "You can be a dinosaur, a princess, a farmer, anything." "Christopher, what do you want to be?" "A boy," Christopher scowled. Miss Wilson.
But you are shitting me. It's in their sex ed lesson plan. Can you DM that to me, please? They're teaching. Bot, are you fucking serious? They're teaching about oral sex in 4th grade? Jesus Christ.
Wilson smiled. "Jacob, you try it. What new thing could you imagine being? A firefighter? A policeman?" "Miss Wilson," Jacob said proudly, "I'm the princess." Showing tremendous courage again.
I'm gonna be honest. I actually like this. I don't mind them having dress up corner and creativity time. I don't mind that. I don't mind boys dressing up in dresses or girls cutting their hair short. I don't mind him wearing a fucking crown. Like, who cares? I don't mind this at all.
Let's see what happens next. "How was school today?" Mom asked, studying Jacob's face. "Fun?" "Christopher says boys can't wear dresses," said Jacob. "Can they?" "Of course they can." Mom hugged Jacob. "Why don't you get the dress you wore on Halloween and play in that?" So here we have a mom who is showing acceptance and also showing allyship.
Playing dress up is
Letting
not a
Jacob
big
know
deal.
that Jacob can wear what Jacob wants to wear. And that's pretty awesome and powerful. Let's see what happens next. Jacob pulled on his witch's dress and twirled. He loved the way the black lace swirled around him. "I want to wear my dress to school." Jacob's mom frowned. "I don't think so," she said. "That's for dress up at home. It would get dirty at school." "Then can I get a regular dress? A dress I can wear to school?" Mom was quiet. "Let me think about that," she said. Now let's take a moment and think. We just saw what happened to Jacob at school, where somebody was trying to make Jacob feel bad for what Jacob wanted to wear. Now let's think about why Jacob's mom might be a little hesitant or nervous to say yes when Jacob asks this request or makes this request of wanting to wear a dress to school. Now, if we think back to the previous scene that we saw, Jacob was targeted, meaning like he was bullied. Somebody was not very nice to him, didn't show acceptance. They was trying to make him feel bad for being who he is. So that might be a reason why, if we think about why the parent in this story, Jacob's mom,
Thank you,
might be a
Bot.
little bit nervous at first. But that's not really showing acceptance. That's not really showing allyship. Let's see what else happens. Let's take a look. Jacob wondered what to play next. Pirate? Princess? Bird! Heaping 3 towels onto the floor, Jacob made a nest. Then he wrapped another towel around himself for feathers. Snug and warm, he imagined what a school dress would look like.
It's the Flash curriculum.
The next morning, Jacob stood at the stairs wrapped in a giant bath towel. "What are you wearing?" asked Mom. "It's like a dress, but I can get it dirty," Jacob said, pointing to the towel. "I made it." Dad frowned. "You can't go to school like that."
Correct. You
"Put
cannot
on
go to
some
school
shorts
wearing a
and
bath
shirt under
towel.
the dress thing," Mom said. "And hurry, we'll be late for school." "What's that?" demanded Christopher. Jacob moved closer to his mom. "Good morning, Christopher," said Jacob's mom. "Jacob's wearing something new he invented. Isn't it nice?" Christopher didn't answer. "I want a dress like that," cried Emily. "Where'd you get it?" "It's not a dress," said Jacob, glancing up at his mom. "It's a dress thing." Jacob saw Emily's smile and grinned back. "I can make you one." So here we see somebody showing acceptance. What's that other word we were talking about earlier? Do you remember that word ally or allyship? Once again, Emily is just the #1 model of allyship, showing tremendous allyship and acceptance of her really good friend, Jacob. Let's see what happens next. The playground was full of laughter and running feet as the children played tag. Christopher sneaked up, yanked.
Oh, what the hell? Am I still on? I think I'm still on. What the hell just happened? What happened? Did someone cut off our video? Hang on.
For being who he is.
There we
Or
go.
Jacob made a nest.
Video's
Then
back.
You remember that word ally or allyship? Once again, Emily is just after and running feet as the children played tag. Christopher sneaked up, yanked Jacob's towel, and ran away whooping. "Christopher is mean," hissed Emily. Jacob watched Christopher wave the towel like a captured flag and started to cry. How might you feel, students, if somebody did that to you, where you were wearing what made you feel good or doing something that made you feel good, and they took it away from you or made you feel bad for wanting to do that?
I think it's good
How
to
might that
teach
make
kids
you
not to
feel?
bully other kids, so I don't
Probably
mind
not
this.
very good. Christopher is not showing acceptance, nor is Christopher showing allyship. "How was school today?" Mom asked. "Christopher stole my dress thing," said Jacob. The tears flooded back. Mom hugged Jacob. "I'm sorry. Christopher's not always a good friend." "Mom," whispered Jacob, "can you help me make a real dress?" Mom didn't answer. The longer she didn't answer, the less Jacob could breathe. Why do you think Jacob might have a hard time breathing when the person that, loves him most in the world is not giving him an answer?
It's not
It
giving
might
him
feel
what he
really
wants.
scary. It takes tremendous courage to share something that is so personal, that makes us feel so vulnerable with somebody that we love so much, like a parent. But Jacob showed that vulnerability. Now let's see how Jacob's mom responds. Might be with allyship, might be with acceptance. Let's take a look. "Let's get this sewing machine," she said finally. Jacob felt the air refill his body. He grinned. Mom smiled back. "There are all sorts of ways to be a boy," she said, "right?" You can see Jacob grinning. You can also see Jacob's mom smiling. It's really special. So this is an example of allyship and acceptance. Showing allyship by doing something to support someone who is different than her.
See, here's the problem. Because I don't actually have any problem with any of what this book is talking about. I have no problem with it at all. I don't think it's wrong for young kids to wear dresses. If they're boys, I don't care. I don't care if they want to wear a towel to school. I think it's wrong for the kids to pull the towel off to make fun of them. I like that the mother is supporting her kid. I like all of that. That there's nothing wrong about that. The problem is that this is going to be weaponized later when Jacob is a teenager and is demanding that he gets surgery or to go on hormones that could potentially make him infertile. And if his mother doesn't say, yes, dear, you can have whatever you want, then he's going to say, you're not a good ally. You don't support me. You don't love me. And it's going to go like, it's going to be a spiral. That's where I start to have a problem with it. There's nothing wrong with people wearing an outfit. Who the F cares? But the problem comes when this stuff is weaponized later and parents are pushed into a corner where they feel like they have to go along with whatever the child wants and whatever the child says, even if what that child really needs is therapy. Which, I'm sorry, but if a kid has gender dysphoria, and I don't think therapy is a bad thing, I think everyone can use a little therapy now and then. I don't think it's bad. But if a kid has gender dysphoria, they absolutely need therapy. They absolutely need someone to talk to that can help them to figure it out, learn how to exist and have a fulfilling and happy life. What they don't need is mom and dad putting them on puberty blockers, which will potentially mean so they can't have kids. When in fact, he might just be gay. Jacob might just be gay. And that's okay too. So no problem with any of this book, but it's what is disturbing to me is the progression of which this stuff takes. It's not this specifically that bothers me. It's the progression of what's going to happen later.
Dad looked up from his book. Mom and I made a dress, said Jacob quietly.
And if eventually, after they're over 18 and they've had many years of therapy and they decide that, yes, they do want to have surgery and they do want to have a medical intervention, I have no issue with that. After they're 18, when they're paying for it themselves.
Dad studied the dress. Jacob started to get that can't breathe feeling again. I can see you worked hard on that dress, said Dad. Are you sure you want to wear it to school? Jacob nodded. Dad nodded back and smiled. Well, it's not what I would wear, but you look great. This is an example of Jacob's dad showing acceptance. So Jacob's dad is accepting somebody who's different from him. In this case, Jacob's dad's child, Jacob. And is also showing allyship by saying, that's great. I support you. I support you in being who you are, even though that is different from me. That's really special. Let's continue on. Jacob skipped up the front walk to school. He found Emily inside and showed her his new dress. They found matching colors on their clothes and laughed, purple and white. Do you want to play dress up? Asked Emily. No, monkey bars. Together they ran out to the playground. Here they are playing in their purple and white dresses. My mom and I made this dress, Jacob said proudly at circle time. We used her sewing machine. That's wonderful, said Miss Wilson. Was the sewing machine hard to use? Why does Jacob wear dresses? Interrupted Christopher. Mrs. Wilson paused. I think Jacob wears what he's comfortable in, just like you do. Not very long ago, girls couldn't wear pants. Can you imagine that? So here we have Miss Wilson showing tremendous allyship and acceptance and demonstrating that to all of her students.
I like that.
Saying,
I do.
Jacob wears whatever he wants to wear, just like you do. Right? And that's pretty cool. That's a good thing to think about. Let's read on. Christopher shook his head. I asked my dad, and he says boys don't wear dresses.
What the hell, Seattle Public Schools? You have one job. We just want to watch your videos that you put on the internet. Why do you keep fucking it up for us, Seattle? Come on. $12.29. Sorry, guys. I can't control when the Seattle Public Schools is being a dick.
My dad, and he says boys don't wear dresses. Jacob rubbed the hem of his dress, looking at the little stitches he'd sewn himself. He could hear Miss Wilson and the other kids talking, but their words sounded far away. So it's amazing here. We have Jacob, who is expressing the ways that he wants to express, dressing how he wants to dress, doing what makes him feel comfortable, and that's providing him with a sense of security. Let's find out more. On the playground, Christopher yelled, "Let's play tag, boys versus girls." "Jacob, you're on the girls' team." A bunch of kids laughed. Jacob felt his dress surrounding him like armor. Soft, cottony, magic armor. Let's see what happens next. "Christopher, I made this dress. I'm proud of it, and I'm going to wear it." "And you know what else?" Jacob tagged Christopher. "You're it." Jacob sprinted across the playground, his dress spreading out like wings. And that's the end of this book. So again, that was Jacob's New Dress, written by Sarah and Ian Hoffman, illustrated by Chris Case.
I didn't think that was that bad, gonna be honest.
Now, those words we covered again were acceptance, allyship, gender, and gender roles. So I want us to think through real quick, particularly focusing in on allyship and ally. Think about who was a really important ally in the story, because it wasn't just one person. I also want you to think about when that character demonstrated allyship. And I'd like for you to share that with your parent or a guardian or an older sibling. The ones I want you to focus in on are the characters Emily, so that's Jacob's best friend, also Jacob's mom, Jacob's dad, and Jacob's teacher, Miss Wilson. Each character demonstrated allyship and acceptance in a different way. So share that with a parent or guardian. Thank you so much for joining me on this amazing book. I hope you loved it as much as I did. And thank you all for being uniquely you. Take care.
I didn't think that was that bad. All right. I do want to show you guys what Bot sent me in terms of their sex ed curriculum, though, before we get into the other videos. We got a couple more grade levels to go, and I just want to show everyone this. So check this out. So someone, and I think it was our friend in Seattle, mentioned the Flash curriculum earlier. So Bot found this on Seattle and King County, 1985. Okay. Oh, there's the URL on it. Holy shit. Okay, hang on. Let me get the URL up. But I just want, this is their sex ed curriculum, kingcounty.gov/health/flash. This is something I'm not going to look at today because we got other stuff to do today. But this is the sex ed curriculum, and you can see here. Why isn't that getting bigger? Oh, okay. So you can see here, Flash key concepts. This is elementary Flash grade 4 through 6. Abstinence is choosing to not have oral, anal, and vaginal sex. There are times in everyone's life when abstaining from sex is the healthiest choice. One would think that's probably true in grades 4 through 6. But I'm going to have a look at that Flash curriculum another day. We're not going to do that right now because we got other stuff to do. We got a couple more grades to cover in terms of this Seattle Public Schools book kit. Thank you guys for sticking with me tonight. If you're still sticking with me, if you're not, that's cool too. The replay will be here for you when you're ready. But guys, please mount that like button for me if you have not already. And I just want to do a great big thank you to folks on Odyssey and on Rockfin and on Rumble and even on Getter that are watching this stream. I'm just doing a quick check-in with you guys. I appreciate it. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Whichever platform you're watching on, please make sure you mount that like button if you haven't already. On YouTube, definitely turn on those notifications as well, because 50-50 about whether or not YouTube is ever going to tell you if I post a new video, which is pretty much every day. Let's move into the third grade. Third grade in Seattle Public Schools. Is that for a boy or a girl? Okay, which one? Let's start with, is that for a boy or a girl? Oh, 17 fucking minutes. We got fourth grade. Let me just look at this real quick. It's good to... I am Jazz. Jazz Jennings making an appearance. I don't mind Jazz Jennings, if I'm really honest about it. I mean, overtly. I don't necessarily... I don't think Jazz Jennings is like a bad person. Okay, so It Feels Good to Be Yourself is making an appearance like 3 times, so we know we're not going to have to watch that one again. Let's watch Is This Good for a Boy or a Girl? And by the way, guys, I just want to note this, like, this is not just about watching these kind of creepy videos that the Seattle Public Schools are using to teach good allyship to elementary schools. It's not just about that. When you are investigating the schools, when you're looking into their websites, especially when you just get started, you need to make sure you watch things. You need to make sure you are reading things. You need to, like, it is not just about a quick skim. So it does actually, and this is one of the challenges of investigating the schools like this, it does take time. It just takes time. It takes time to watch their videos from start to finish, because you know in the middle of that video somewhere there's going to be something really crazy, and you want to make sure you see the crazy stuff, but in order to find the crazy stuff, you have to watch everything around the crazy stuff. In order to find the crazy documents, you have to read all the documents. So this stuff it just takes time. We've been going for 3.5 hours. It just takes time. And that's one of the realities of this. But just know that, like, we're going a long time right now because I want to watch these videos, but you don't always have to do everything in one sitting. So it's okay to take your time. Like, when you first start looking into your school's website, it's perfectly fine to, like, do maybe like half an hour to an hour a night. If you like, just spend a little bit of time, and then spend a little bit of time the next day, spend a little bit of time the next day, maybe take the next day off. Like, it's okay to slowly kind of work your way through it. We're doing a marathon right now with this because I wanted to do a deep dive into what was going on and find some stuff, and we obviously hit the mark with these videos. But you don't always have to do everything in one sitting. You shouldn't feel like a failure if you're not doing it in one sitting. Chances are that anything you find on your school's websites have been there for like a hot minute. And so it is not an emergency for you to rifle through everything in one sitting. And I just want to assure people that that's okay, because the number one thing that I think holds people back from doing this is the time commitment involved. And it's okay to spread it out. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Hi there, students. My name is Brennan Ham, and I'm the Health Education Specialist and Trainer for Seattle Public Schools. I prefer my name to pronouns, but anything said with respect is great. So they, she, and he all work for me. One of the awesome parts about my job is that I get to read fantastic books with awesome students like you. So we are going to read a very, very good book today. This book is called Is That for a Boy or a Girl? And this is written by S. Bear Bergman. It is illustrated by Rachel Doherty.
I don't think its clothes are normal. They're just normal by
Yeah,
comparison.
the title kind of explains itself. So we will learn about some really, really awesome, cool characters and the things that they like to wear and the things that they like to do. All right. So before we begin, there are 7 words that we are going to try and tackle.
7
to help us
words.
better understand the story. So these are going to help us contextualize what we're learning.
You guys got the shimmer nail polish, John.
The first word is acceptance. Take a moment after I say each word and think about where you might have seen this word or what it means to you. So that first word again is acceptance. The second word is ally or allyship. Ally or allyship.
I've already learned that word.
The third word is biological sex.
Oh, new word.
The fourth word is gender.
Now remember, gender is a feeling. And so I want to know what
Fifth
biological
word
sex is.
Is gender identity. The sixth is gender role. And the seventh and final word is the word stereotype. Now I'm going to read to you some of our Seattle Public Schools definitions for each of these words for the 3rd grade. Now listen closely. Acceptance. Acceptance is the act or state of being supportive, kind, or friendly to others. It is especially important to show acceptance to groups that are different than you. Ally. An ally is a person who works for equality to support people and groups different than them. Anyone can be an ally.
Mount the like button if you're a
Biological
good
sex
ally.
Are the body and body parts you are born with.
Oh, okay.
Gender. Gender is a person's feeling about being either a boy, a girl, neither, both, somewhere in between,
Well,
or another gender.
let's just celebrate for a moment that they are at least acknowledging there is such a thing as biological sex, and it does have to do, indeed, with the body parts with which you are born. They're saying gender is a feeling. I don't like that. But the fact that they acknowledge that biological sex is a real thing instead of a social construct is probably, not the worst thing that we've ever seen.
Gender identity is a person's internal, deeply felt sense of being either a boy or girl.
Sorry. Brooklyn Way, I missed your super chat. I apologize, Brooklyn Way. Hang on, I gotta get the super chat. And don't worry about that thing on Twitter earlier. Like, whatever, that woman was crazy. Carlin, clip that. And thinking about our expectations as a segue misspelled into allyship, breadcrumbing equals grooming. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I haven't heard the term breadcrumbing before, but I definitely agree with that.
Either or both, or something else altogether.
He does sound like a
Gender
hypnotist.
role.
You're right,
are
Judy.
Cultural ways of how men and women are supposed to act. So think of expectations. And finally, stereotype. Stereotype is to believe unfairly that all people with a particular characteristic are the same. For example, all girls like flowers. That is a stereotype. Now, thank you so much for learning those words with me. Now we're going to use those words. Again, they are acceptance, allyship, biological sex, gender, gender identity, gender roles, and stereotype. And we're going to use these words to help us better understand this amazing story. Before we do that, we have one fun activity. So you are going to see before you some different activities and different
activities,
jobs or items that people tend to associate with either being boy items or girl items. So take a moment and look at these items.
Why are they reinforcing gender stereotypes?
So that can tell us about medicine. So who's a doctor? Are
everyone
men doctor or are women doctors? Who is a doctor?
Everyone.
Now, books. Are books for boys or are books for girls?
Everyone.
What about soccer?
Everyone.
Is soccer for boys or is soccer for girls?
Why are they doing this?
What about archery? Is archery for boys or for girls?
All of this is for boys.
How about motorcycles?
Well, in their mind.
Men or do women
but not really.
ride motorcycles? What
well,
about
except for nail polish.
How about nail polish? How about stuffed animals?
When I was in high school, like, boys wore nail polish too. Guess what? They were called goths. That's what it was. Men have always worn makeup. It's like these people have never heard of David Bowie. Makeup on boys is not a new thing. I don't know why do they continue to reinforce gender stereotypes that there is no need to reinforce at all. Men have worn makeup forever. Forever. Do you want to go back to, like, France in the era of Versailles? Men were wearing a lot of makeup in France in the 1400s in Versailles. I think it was the 1400s. Men were wearing high-heeled shoes and these flowery, flowy capes. Have any of these people ever watched any European history at all? Yeah, the Queen wears makeup. He does, because he thinks he's David Bowie in his head, or that other guy, the non-binary dude, Sam Smith, I guess. I don't know. This is, like, I don't know why these people feel the need to reinforce gender stereotypes.
What about trucks?
I thought they wanted to teach accurate history. Why aren't they teaching accurate history? That men have always worn makeup and flowery clothes.
Items or activities or roles for men only, for women only, or were some of them for both?
Okay, I may have overshot
Let's see how this
Versailles.
is challenged by what we read.
Versailles was a long time ago.
Let's begin. So we have, Is That for a Boy or a Girl? Written by S. Bear Bergman and illustrated by Rachel Doherty. Is that for a boy or a girl? Oh, don't people have so many thoughts about liking to dance or liking sports? They say some things are for girls and some for boys. Activities, clothes, colors, and toys. The shows on your TV, the stuff at the mall, they make sure these ideas are heard by all. Lots of kids don't fit in a box, though you'd think we all did the way most people talk.
Yes, this is correct, Bot. There is nothing wrong with the queen wearing makeup. He just needed to blend it more. It's not the makeup I'm judging. It is the application. And you are the one that showed that to me in the first place.
So please
So
meet
I don't
my
even take any
friends with their own
responsibility.
likes and ways. You might meet them or be them one of
God,
these
it's a
days.
poem.
I love bugs and crawly things, beetles and centipedes, creatures with wings. T-Rex and pterodon, all the dinos, lions, giraffes, tigers, and rhinos. But all the girls' clothes have the same two designs.
You're not
just
wrong,
endless
Brooklyn
kittens
Way.
and flowers on vines. Where are my hot pink jungle cats, my lavender raptors and glittery bats? Roar! So here we have a person who loves dinosaurs and loves bugs, but doesn't want, the same two designs on clothes. So endless kittens and flowers on vines. This person wants hot pink jungle cats and lavender raptors and glittery bats.
3rd grade, Alexandra. Pretty sure.
Sometimes I like my tiger pants, and sometimes a spin-around dress. There are days I adore my tidy braids,
Might be 4th.
but sometimes my hair is a beautiful mess. People ask my folks a lot, is that a boy or a girl? My parents just smile and say, that's Morgan, the awesomest kid in the world.
Non-binary.
So here we have Morgan, and Morgan has tiger pants, but also has a dress and amazing boots, cool pants. Morgan's just Morgan, and Morgan's parents see that and recognize that. That's a way of showing acceptance and allyship. Now we're going to learn about another character. I don't know what I like yet. I'm too little to choose, so whatever I get is picked by my family, my folks, and their friends. I get lots of presents. Hope that never ends. I know their search for awesome things is almost never done. Not boy or girl or pink or blue, but green and orange, teaching and fun. When they ask for help in a store, the answer is such a bore. Is that for a girl or a boy? Who cares? Show us only the coolest of toys. So here we see parents who are showing acceptance and allyship. They're not forcing anything on.
They're just buying toys.
Their kids choose what the most awesome toys are, which is really cool. Let's learn more.
It is a baby.
I love to.
You're
play
right. It's a
trains and
baby.
buses.
Holy shit.
That's just the way I am. But I'm also a kid who loves sparkle and shine and anything glitter or glam. I've got lots of shirts in camo or black, a train on the front, a truck on the back. But my dad's got a sack full of rhinestones and he outlines every last tractor in sparkles for me. Very cool. This person's outfit is amazing. But it sounds like this person is also demonstrating the ways in which their parent, or their dad in this case, has provided acceptance and allyship and helps them make sure that their outfits have some glitter
Their
and glam.
dad has a bedazzler. Did anyone have a
Now we're gonna look
bedazzler?
at our
I had a
next
bedazzler.
character. At Snack Queen, I order a junior lunch. Fish sandwich and apples. I like it a bunch. Then they ask my mom, for a girl or a boy, how can I choose without seeing the toys? Maybe it's robots, which I always like, or a little skateboard or a tricky green bike. But if it's an animal, especially a horse, then that's the toy I'll choose, of course. So here we have another awesome character who likes lots of different things, right? It's not just a skateboard. It's not just a bike. It's not just horses. But this person has said that their favorite thing is horses. So for sure, they'll choose a horse, of course. But just goes to show, again, all these things can be liked by anybody. It's rad. Let's learn about another character. Monday is football. Wednesday's ballet. Tuesday and Thursday, I act in a play. Sundays at church. Saturdays we bake. Free time is reading while I eat what I make. I'll learn to snowboard next year when I'm tall and shred down the mountain, big jumps but no falls. I like to do everything. I mix all kinds of play. My whole family does too. We're all happy that way. So here you have a character who likes football. Who do we generally associate football with? boys or girls? And what about ballet? This character also likes ballet. Who do we generally associate ballet with? Do only girls do ballet? Or do some boys do ballet too? And maybe
Boys
not all
have
girls
always
like
done ballet. That's
What
not
about
new.
snowboarding? We see here, we've got the same character loves to snowboard.
Didn't Greg on the
and
Brady
bake
Bunch do
and
ballet
practice their
because it would help
faith.
him with football? Am I making that up?
Seems like all these things could be for maybe anybody, don't you think? Let's learn some more. I have a dress, just one that I love, with a sparkly skirt and some ruffles above. Most days I like to wear sneakers and jeans, but when I wear my dress, I know what that means. I'm airy and delicate, floating and prancing. I twirl around my skirt, I cannot help dancing. Tomorrow I'll go back to climb, jump, and run, but this fancy feeling is also such fun. Now, what do you think about running or jumping or climbing trees? Who do we generally associate those activities with?
Kids.
So we might talk about how we might stereotypically think that running around and being rough is only for boys, or being fancy in a dress is only for girls. But what we find is that people can do both and do whatever feels fun for them. Let's learn about another character.
I was not far off from that
I'm
bot.
sometimes a princess. I don't mind pink. What bothers me more is the stuff people think. My twin brother runs wild, and it's boys will be boys. I'm scolded if I even bang on my toys. But I'm powerful, I'm smart, and I'm strong. Don't look at me like I'm doing it wrong. I could rescue myself from a dragon in tower. My auntie says that I've got girl power. Now, when we think about people in stories or people who are trapped by dragons, we generally think that the person who's going to be saved is a girl and the person who's going to do the saving is a boy. But this person says, I'm going to save myself, which is also really rad.
I actually
too.
think that that's kind of cool.
Again,
I do.
challenging those ideas of stereotypes or those gender roles that we see.
So it's occurring to me in this. So, like, one of the things I've definitely noticed on the conservative right is they are going hard into form. The conservative right is actually going like they're trying to reinforce the gender roles. Like a lot of them, not all of them, but many of them are going hard into like these traditional gender roles, and it's like I'm not sure that doing that is actually better than what's going on here. Now, again, I don't like the gender ideology in school, but what I do like is teaching kids that they can do whatever they want and they, whatever, that's fine. And that you should just like accept people for who they are and what they like. I like all that. And I actually like, I don't even mind the way this book is being presented if I'm being really honest about it. And this is concerning to me because if I have to look at the conservative right and see things like repeal the 19th Amendment and, get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich and like all this like barefoot and pregnant stuff, like the traditional gender roles. And there's nothing wrong, by the way, with adhering to traditional gender roles. I don't like if you're making the choice to do that, I think that that's fine. I don't really care. But like if I have to choose between that and teaching kids that you can do whatever you want and what your gender is doesn't really matter. Like, I'm going to choose the latter. The problem is, though, that again, this is going to be weaponized later. And it's really kind of annoying to me that they're like, that the two sides, this wasn't hard in the 90s. I was a tomboy in the 90s. I could play outside. I could play with G.I. Joes. I could dress like a boy. I could have a haircut like a boy. No one ever made a big deal out of it. It was just what it was. So my problem is that they're weaponizing this to try to, I don't even know what anymore. But it's being presented in this case as being like, this is reasonable. I'm sorry. Like, okay, like he's got a crazy outfit and he's a little flamboyant, like whatever. I'm struggling with this though, because I'm like, between the conservative right and the traditional gender role absolutists and something like this, I would actually more likely choose something like this that teaches kids you can be whatever you want to be, you can say whatever you want to say, even though I know it's going to be weaponized later. I actually think that this is a better lesson to teach. I just wish that the left hadn't taken it too far.
We see that people can actually do whatever they want to do and like what they like. It's pretty rad. Let's keep reading.
Yeah. Brooklyn Way. This is crazy, and if you do not understand the Marxist manipulation, you will not see it or catch it. That's exactly right. It's like, there's nothing crazy about this book necessarily. There's really not. Yet, anyway, I shouldn't speak too soon. As soon as I say that, they're gonna say something crazy. But like, this on the face of it is not crazy, and it is not bad. It's what they do with this that is crazy and bad.
Do I want to grow up to play basketball? Did you ask me just because I'm skinny and tall? I like to play, but I love words and writing, also reading and reciting. It's not boyish, fast, and tough, but my words can be gentle or they can be rough. I can tell real truths or make up whole worlds, where sports and trucks are only for girls. Do you all like poems or reading or writing or reciting? Do you like basketball? Do you like trucks? Just curious. This person has incorporated all of that and just kind of challenged all those ways that we think about those things traditionally, which is really cool. Let's continue to read. At home, I just use the bathroom. There's no upset or drama or doom, like there is when I go to a store or to school, and people act like I'm trying to fool them when I push open the right one for me. They say I'm mistaken. How can that be? I'm the expert. I'm in my own body. Just let me pee. No need to get snotty. This person is talking about a very real struggle that a lot of people have when they go to a public place and don't really feel safe going to the bathroom. Or when they go and they know they want to go to use the restroom and somebody makes them feel like they're not welcome or allowed to be in there.
See, this is where it's
Now
starting to get
remember,
political.
at
This is
Seattle Public
unnecessary.
Schools, students get to use the bathroom that aligns with how they consistently assert themselves in schools. So that means if somebody says, I'm a boy, they get to use the boys' restroom. If somebody says, I'm a girl, they get to use the girls' restroom. If somebody doesn't identify as in either of those ways, they get to use whatever bathroom feels most comfortable and safest to them. Now, students, if you're unclear or unsure of how that works, please talk to your teachers. And that will be really important when we re-enter schools after the pandemic is over. Let's continue reading and find out more about these characters. For graduation, we make our procession and celebrate all that we've done. All the boys get a tie, girls get a rose. They're forgotten as soon as we're done with the show. Everyone's asking me which one I'd wear. That's awfully nice, and I'm so glad they care. But why separate people by gender at all? Just give us all hats and let us stand tall. This is an example of where someone is asking for allyship from everybody. We're fighting for equality for all people of all genders. So at graduation, rather than separating people into boys and girls, just let us be proud of the work that we've done and graduate together, standing tall. Really awesome. Let's read the final page together. And here we have them celebrating together. Thank you so much for reading with me. Is That for a Girl?
They didn't
or a
even
Boy?
talk about
by Esther
biological
Bergman
sex
and
in
illustrated
this.
by Rachel Doherty. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Now, what I'd like for us to do is think back to those activities and roles that we saw earlier that we said were either for boys or for girls. And I want us to think through them again. So we're going to look at that image one more time. So doctors. Are doctors women? Are they men? Or are they both? Doctors are for everybody. Very good. Everybody can be a doctor. Anyone can be a doctor. And what about books? Yeah, anybody can like books and read books. What about soccer? Same thing is true. I'm sensing a trend, y'all. And archery, totally.
How about you just say that everyone can like
Motorcycles,
everything and it's
They're
fine?
for adults, but they're for everybody.
I actually like that he pointed out for adults.
Skateboards,
Okay,
same
legit.
deal. Nail polish, absolutely. Stuffed animals are also for boys and girls and everybody. Same deal with trucks. Awesome. Yeah, so I think the thing that we learned here is that, again, there are no boys' colors, toys, or games, just as there are no girls' colors, toys, or games. People can simply like what they like. And one of the ways that we can show acceptance is that when we see somebody or recognize that their interests are different than our own, that we don't need to make them feel bad. We can demonstrate allyship and acceptance by supporting them for being who they are, remembering that people simply like what they like. Awesome. Thank you so much for reading along with me today.
All
Hope
right.
you enjoyed the book as much as I did. Take good care, y'all.
It feels good to be yourself. Now, this "it feels good to be yourself" shows up in the 4th grade and the 5th grade. I don't know if I want to read the I Am Jazz. Oh, God, these take so long. All right, then we got a crayon story. Okay. So we are on, guys, if you're new or you're just coming into the stream, we are on the 3rd grade curriculum in the Seattle Public Schools. This is their K through 5 gender books, and we're just watching them because we are masochists, and this is what we do for fun. Mount that like button if you appreciate me showing you this. Let's watch It Feels Good to Be Yourself. We probably should watch I Am Jazz. We should. Okay, we'll do it. Fine, whatever. The stream is going really long.
Hi there, students. My name is
See, he
Brennan
looks
Hansen,
normal
health
here.
education specialist and trainer for Seattle Public Schools. I prefer my name to pronouns, but anything said with respect is great. So they, she, and he all work for me. I'm really excited because we are going to read an amazing book together today.
His clothes
This
are getting
book is
progressively
called
more
It Feels
normal.
Good to Be Yourself. This is written by Teresa Thorne and illustrated by Noah Grigney. Now,
I actually
we're
think it
gonna
looks better
do
here than he
some
did in the other one.
vocabulary words and some lessons. But before we do that, a reminder that this is for 3rd graders. So if you're older than 3rd grade, feel free to join us. If you're younger than 3rd grade, be sure you have an adult or older sibling, a parent, guardian with you present. So that way, if you have any extra questions, you can ask them. So we're going to learn about these amazing words that are going to help us really understand the story a little bit better. So come on in and join me.
It's nice, colorful. Oh,
So the first word that we're going to learn is up here. It's sex assigned at birth.
oh, good.
This is what is listed on a newborn baby's birth certificate. Adults involved in the baby's birth say whether the baby appears to be male or female. The next word is intersex. Intersex.
They're teaching
is,
3rd graders
not
about
all people's bodies are exactly male or female. Intersex means that from birth, someone's body doesn't match exactly.
A note
what we
about
define as
pronouns.
male or female. The next word is gender identity. This is who you feel like within yourself, whether you feel like a boy, a girl, some combination of boy and girl, or something else. Your gender identity is who you know yourself to be. It might match your sex assigned at birth, or it might not. The next vocabulary word we have is gender expression. This is how you choose to present yourself to the world. Which clothes you wear, how you style your
Cisgender.
hair,
They've got cisgender, transgender, and non-binary. Holy shit. 3rd grade.
Identity.
This would not be
There
legal in
are
Florida.
A never-ending number of ways to express your gender identity. Too many fit in a book. Too many to fit in a book. The next word is cisgender. This is when your gender identity matches your sex assigned at birth. Transgender. This is when your gender identity is different from your sex assigned at birth. And finally, the word non-binary. Non-binary is when, this is a way to describe many identities that fall between boy and girl or outside the binary of boy and girl. There cannot be one definition because there is no one way to be non-binary. So thank you for reading those vocabulary words with me. Now we're going to jump into the story and learn more about these amazing characters. Let's begin. It Feels Good to Be Yourself, a book about gender identity, written by Teresa Thorne and illustrated by Noah Grigney.
3rd grade, 8 years old.
This is Ruthie. She is a transgender girl. That means when she was born, everyone thought she was a boy, until she grew a little older, old enough to tell everyone she's actually a girl. Girl is Ruthie's gender identity. This is Ruthie's brother, Xavier. Xavier is a cisgender boy. That means when Xavier was born, everyone thought he was a boy, And as he grew older, he told everyone they were right. He is a boy. Boy is Xavier's gender identity.
What is that
Now,
dog's gender
students, I want you
identity?
to take a moment as we are learning about these characters and all of the people around them in their lives. I want us to take note of how the people in their life provide support to them. In what ways do the adults in Ruthie's life respond? In what ways do Ruthie's peers or siblings respond? Try to take a moment and notice that. And I want us to think about, if somebody were to share with us something about themselves like this, how would we respond to make them feel loved and safe? And a reminder that at Seattle Public Schools, all of our students need to feel loved and safe. And we want to make sure that you know you are loved, regardless of your identities, or because of your identities.
Teachers should not love students. That is wrong.
There are so many different ways to be a boy or a girl, too many to fit in a book. But not everyone feels either like a boy or a girl. Non-binary is a helpful word that can describe a kid who doesn't feel exactly like
that dog in the pink shirt is definitely non-binary.
All these different ways of being boy or girl or something else. Let's keep reading. This is Ruthie's friend Alex. Alex is both a boy and a girl.
You can be both?
When Alex was born, everyone thought Alex was a girl, but Alex is both boy and girl. This is Alex's gender identity.
How can you be both?
This is Alex's friend, JJ. JJ is neither a boy nor a girl.
What?
Ever since JJ was very little, they never felt exactly like a boy or a girl.
This makes no sense.
Like
I am confused.
This is JJ's gender identity.
I am just as confused by this as when I saw something on a GSA website in Madison, Wisconsin that said that you can be a non-binary lesbian. Because apparently, P.S. guys, lesbians can be non-binary too. I don't know what that means. If you are born with male parts and then you identify as non-binary, does that make you a lesbian? I don't know. But this is confusing to me. Sid, I feel the same way. How can someone be both a boy and a girl and someone else be no boy and girl at all? This makes no sense. This doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm 41. How is this going to make sense to an 8-year-old?
Alex and JJ are both non-binary. Just like there are many different ways.
No, Alex is not non-binary. He's both.
There are many different
they're
ways
both. What the
to
fuck?
be non-binary. Too many to fit in a book.
Misgendered a fucking cartoon character.
Some kids feel like girls. Some kids feel like boys. Some kids feel like a little of both. Part boy, part girl.
That makes no sense.
Some kids don't feel exactly like a boy or a girl. They feel like neither. Some kids feel that their gender identity isn't always the same. It's often changing. And all of that is okay. And
this is
even
why I'm
with
losing my
all
mind.
the possible ways to be, some kids don't feel any of the words they know fit them exactly. There are a never-ending number of ways to be yourself in the world. Whether you feel like a boy, a girl, both, or neither, or if you describe yourself another way, that is your gender identity. Your gender identity might match what people thought you were when you were born, or it might not. All of that is beautiful. See, when you were born, you couldn't tell people who you were or how you felt. They looked at you and made a guess. Maybe they got it right, maybe they got it wrong. What a baby's body looks like when they're born can be a clue to what a baby's gender will be, but not always. When people guess wrong, it's okay to let them know. Ruthie was 5 when she told her parents.
What?
I know you think I'm a boy, but really, I feel like a girl. Oops. Ruthie was a girl all along.
And they immediately put her on puberty blockers when she was 5 because she said over milk that she was really a girl.
I asked you to just think about ways that people in Ruthie's life might respond to her to provide support and love. So let's take a look again. Here we have Ruthie's entire family providing her with love and support after she shared something in a very brave way. It was very hard. It can be very hard to share some of those kinds of truths about yourself. And here, Ruthie is being brave
When
and
you're
courageous,
5?
letting people know who she is. And here, her family responds with love. When people guess right, it's also okay to let them know. Xavier was 3.5 when he told his family, "I'm a boy.
3.5?
Boy."
I'm sorry. I know I just shouted into the microphone, and I feel like I'm shouting into the microphone a lot. 3.5? Are you shitting me? Oh, wait. He's affirming, though. He's affirming that he's a boy. But, like, what? Why is there any sort of, like... If you're 3.5, just let him be a kid. If you're 5, just let them be a kid. If they want to wear a fucking dress, let them wear a dress. What the hell? I never had to do a big declaration to my family about what my gender identity was. This didn't happen in the 90s.
You might feel like a boy.
God.
You might feel like a girl. You might feel like both a boy and a girl, or like neither.
Or in the 80s even.
You
I guess
might
I
feel
would
like
have
your
done it in
gender
the
changes
80s.
from day to day or from year to year. You might feel like none of these words describes you perfectly. You might not be sure yet. Maybe you're still figuring it out. All of that is okay. Your feelings about your gender are real. Listen to your heart. No matter what your gender identity is, you are okay exactly the way that you are. And you are loved. It feels good to be yourself, doesn't it? And that is the end of this.
That was a
fabulous book.
horrible book.
Thank you so much for joining me as I read this with you. Again, this is a book about gender identity, and it's written by Teresa Thorne and illustrated by Noah Grigney. So thank you so much for reading this amazing book with me. I want us to do a little bit more thinking. So let's take a moment and consider why is it important for all of us to use the correct pronouns and the correct name when someone tells us their identity every time? Why might it feel important? So thinking to Ruthie, for example, when she says, "Hey, I'm a girl, my name is Ruthie, I use she and her pronouns." Why is it important that we respect that and call her Ruthie and use she, her pronouns every time? And if you're having trouble thinking about why that might be important, think about yourself. How might whatever pronouns you use, however you identify, whatever name you go by, how might it make you feel if someone didn't respect that?
It wouldn't make me feel anything at all.
Probably wouldn't feel very good. It's really important that you know that all of our students in Seattle Public Schools are welcome.
Listen, I was a tomboy growing up. I had short hair. I wore t-shirts and baggy clothes. Like, I was called a boy all the effing time. And it made no difference. And I didn't freak out and cry and then need a picture book to, like, make me feel better. You build resilience, dude. Like, it would make absolutely no difference to me at all if someone called me a boy. And that's what we should be teaching kids. Like, not, it would make you feel really bad if someone misgendered you and used the wrong pronouns. Like, no, you shouldn't be teaching people that. You teach them, if someone doesn't accept you the way you are, you ignore them and try not, and just, like, let it go.
For who they are. And it is their right to let us know their name and pronouns. And it's our responsibility, our co-responsibility, because we are all the community, to respect that. Show them love and compassion and acceptance. So with that, I'd love for you to continue thinking about how that might make a person feel. Feel free to discuss it with a parent or a sibling. And I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you so much for joining me as we read this book. And thank you for being uniquely you. Bye-bye.
That was a horrible book. That was a horrible book because it had no plot. There was no story. There was no arc. I didn't care about any of the characters. It was just about, you can be trans and it's okay. And it is okay if you're trans. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, like, being trans, but, like, that book sucked. That was not a good book. All right, we got a couple more grades left to go. Let's go up to 4th grade. We just read It Feels Good to Be Yourself. We don't need to do that one again. Bot wants us to listen to I Am Jazz. I've never heard this book. I know who Jazz Jennings is. I've watched probably 3 seasons of Jazz Jennings' show, which I didn't actually think was all that bad, to be really blunt about it. I mean, a little SJW and crazy and little definitely woke, but like I didn't think it was like that bad. But I've never listened to the book before, so I guess we're all going on an adventure today. I Am Jazz.
Hi there, students. My name is Brennan Ham, and I'm the Health Education Specialist and Trainer at Seattle Public Schools. I prefer my name to pronouns, but anything said with respect is great, so they, she, and he all work for me. One of the awesome parts about my job is that I get to read fantastic books to students like you. The first book that we're going to read today is I Am Jazz. So this is a book that we have for our 4th graders. This is written by Jessica Herthel and also Jazz Jennings herself, so that is the star of this book. It is illustrated
Phenomenally
by,
Latinx.
Sheila
What the
McNicholas.
hell?
I hope you enjoy it.
Fine, whatever.
Now, before we begin reading, there are 7, I know that's a lot, but 7 vocabulary words that are really important to help us understand what we're reading a little bit better, a little bit more clearly. Now, these words are you ready? It's acceptance is the first one. Take a moment and think about what acceptance might mean or where you might have seen it. The second one is ally or allyship. The third one is biological sex. The fourth one is gender identity. Then we have gender roles or gender role. Then we have stereotype. And the 7th and final word is the word transgender. Now take a moment and think where you might have seen these words before.
I can't remember where I've seen them
Pause
before
on this video. Now I'm going to read to you the Seattle Public Schools definitions for each of these words, so listen closely. Acceptance is the act or state of being supportive or welcoming to others. It is especially important to show acceptance to people different than you. Ally or allyship. An ally is a person who works for equality to support people and groups different than them. Anyone can be an ally. Anyone can demonstrate allyship. Biological sex. Biological sex is the body and the body parts you are born with. Gender identity. Gender identity is a person's internal, deeply felt sense of being either a man, woman, boy, or girl, neither, both, or something else. Gender role. Gender role are cultural ways of how men and women are supposed to act. So think about expectations.
Diane, they keep saying gender is a feeling. That is what they keep saying.
Stereotype. Stereotyping is a generalization, usually negative, about a person based on a certain characteristic. The generalization is then attributed to everyone who may fit into that group. So for example, if we see one person who identifies as a girl, like flowers, to then say all girls like flowers is stereotyping. Transgender. Transgender is when someone's biological sex, so it's the body or body parts that a person is born with, does not align with how a person understands their gender identity. So their sense of being a boy, a girl, neither, both, or something different. For example, when somebody is assigned male at birth, but deeply feels that they are a girl, they know themselves to be a girl, and they're a girl. Sometimes people might identify that as a transgender girl. So we're going to use those fantastic 7 words to help us better understand this story that we're about to read. It is powerful and excellent, and I hope you love it as much as I do. I Am Jazz by Jessica Herthel and Jazz Jennings. Pictures by Sheila McNicholas. I am Jazz. For as long as I can remember, my favorite color has been pink. My second favorite color is silver, and my third favorite color is green. Here are some of my other favorite things: dancing, singing, backflips, drawing, soccer, swimming, makeup, and pretending I'm... Most of all, I love mermaids. Sometimes I even wear a mermaid tail in the pool.
It is a feeling. He said this several times. It's a feeling. That's how they're defining it, is a
My
feeling.
best friends are Samantha and Casey. We always have fun together. We like high heels and princess gowns, or cartwheels and trampolines. But I'm not exactly like Samantha and Casey. What do we think of Jazz so far? She seems pretty cool, just like a standard person, just having fun, liking trampolines, princess outfits, mermaids. Seems pretty awesome. Let's learn more about her. I have a girl brain, but a boy body. This is called transgender. I was born this way. When I was very little and my mom would say, "You're such a good boy," I would say, "No, Mama, good girl." At first, my family was confused. They'd always thought of me as a boy. As I got a little older, I hardly ever played with trucks or tools or superheroes, only princesses and mermaid costumes. My brothers told me this was girl stuff. I kept right on playing. My sister says I was always talking to her about my girl thoughts and my girl dreams and how one day I would be such a beautiful lady. She would giggle and say, "You're a funny kid." Sometimes my parents let me wear my sister's dresses around the house. But whenever we went out, I had to put on my boy clothes again. This made me mad. Students, why do you think Jazz's parents might have made her wear boy clothes when she went out? Maybe it's because, as parents, their responsibility is to keep people safe, to keep their children safe. Now, sometimes parents are worried that other people might make fun of them, make fun of their children, or put their children down. So sometimes parents do this initially to try to keep their children safe. But let's think a moment. If you were Jazz in this situation, how would you feel if, even though your parents are trying to keep you safe from being bullied, they asked you to change who you were or put on a different outfit when it didn't make you feel good? Jazz tells us this makes her mad. It didn't feel good. So think about how you'd feel if you were Jazz in this situation. Let's keep reading. Still, I never gave up trying to convince them. Pretending I was a boy felt like telling a lie. Then one amazing day, everything changed. Mom and Dad took me to meet the new doctor.
Oh
Who asked me
my
lots and lots of
God.
questions. Afterward, the doctor spoke
All
to my
the
parents,
problems were
and I heard the
solved
word
when they went to the
transgender
doctor.
for the very first time. That night at bedtime, my parents both hugged me and said, "We understand now. Be who you are. We love you no matter what." This made me smile and smile and smile. So students, we can compare this experience of being loved and supported by her parents. So that's acceptance, that's allyship, compared with the previous section where the parents didn't know what was going on and they just wanted to keep her safe. But here we have the parents who are so happy and so supportive of her, figuring out who she is and loving her for that. Again, that's a way to show acceptance and allyship. Anybody can be an ally. Let's continue reading. Mom and Dad told me I could start wearing girl clothes to school and growing my hair long. They even let me change my name to Jazz. Being Jazz felt much more like being me. Mom said that being Jazz would make me different from the other kids at school, but that being different is okay. What's important, she said, is that I'm happy with who I am. We talked earlier, students, about safety. And so here we have a parent who is really invested in her child's internal sense of safety, internal sense of self. So Jazz knows who she is on the inside. And her mom is like, that safety is actually really important too. And that's powerful. Let's keep reading. Being Jazz caused some other people to be confused too, like teachers at school. At the beginning of the year, They wanted me to use the boys' bathroom and play on the boys' team in gym class, but that didn't feel normal to me at all. Here we have Jazz, really sad. I was so happy when the teachers changed their minds. I can't imagine not playing on the same team as Casey and Samantha. Even today, there are kids who tease me or call me by a boy name or ignore me altogether. This makes me feel crummy. Then I remember that the kids who get to know me, I'm going to reread that whole page, I apologize.
They couldn't even edit
Even
it
today,
out.
there are kids who tease me or call me by a boy name or ignore me altogether. This makes me feel crummy.
Okay, I've totally done
Then
that before. I
remember
can't
that
be
the
one to
kids
talk.
who get to know me usually want to be my friend. They say I'm one of the nicest girls at school. So I love this. This is an example of where Jazz is being brave and showing courage and continuing to be herself when she encounters people who aren't.
That's what you
showing
should be
allyship. She
teaching
continues
kids.
to exemplify that courage, to demonstrate that courage and be herself. And then when people do show their acceptance, they become allies, they become friends. They care about each other. They care about her well-being and appreciate her for being herself. Let's keep reading. I don't mind being different. Different is special. I think what matters most is what a person is like inside. And inside, I am happy. I am having fun. I am proud. I am Jazz. Awesome. Thank you so much, students, for reading that book with me. I hope you loved it. I want us to focus on some of those words and concepts that we learned.
That book wasn't that
today.
bad, but
the word that
I
is
have
most
thoughts.
important or most essential for us to touch on is the word allyship or ally. I want us to think about why do you think somebody would make fun of Jazz or other people for being different? Have you ever seen this happen? What did you do? What could you have done if you didn't do anything? And I want us to think, what's a way that you can be an ally to somebody who is being bullied? So this may have been an experience that you have seen before. It also can just be theoretical or just something that we're thinking about in our minds, like the possibility. What could we do when we're noticing somebody is being bullied for being different? What's a way that we can show up and be allies? Now, before we close out, I want us to fill in the blank. So take a look at your screen. I'd love for you to turn to a parent, guardian, or older sibling and answer the following, or fill in the following blanks. People make fun of people who are different because blank.
Oh, thank you, Leonard, over on Rockfin.
If I saw blank,
Sorry, I didn't see your tip
blank.
earlier.
Being an ally means blank. You can be an ally by blank. And finally, a transgender person is someone who blank. So go ahead and share that with your parent, guardian, or older sibling. Then afterward, what I'd love for you to do is write a letter to Jazz, to tell her what you think of her story, to let her know what you would do in a situation if you saw somebody who was being bullied. Feel free to write that letter and share it with a parent, guardian, or older sibling. And that would conclude our lesson today. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you loved this book as much as I did. And I hope you all have a great day.
Here's my issue with this. It wasn't that book. That book was fine. Okay? Like, it was actually fine. The issue that I have is that Jazz Jennings has a TV show where she talks about being on puberty blockers since she was, well, about that age, where she talks about having surgery before she's old enough to drive. And it's like, again, I have no problem with kids expressing themselves in whatever way they want to, and I think that they should have love and acceptance and all that stuff, and I think that they should be treated with respect and dignity. I think it's a little dangerous for the Seattle public schools to put on a pedestal a child who had bottom surgery before she was eligible to vote. I think that's irresponsible. I'm sorry. I do. Because that's going to give kids ideas. All right, guys, we have one more video. Thank you for hanging in on this record-breaking marathon Seattle Public Schools investigation stream. We had a lot of these stories to watch. We have one more. We're not giving up now. 5th grade read a crayon's story. Now we have now ascended, remember, to 10 years old. We started in kindergarten, and we are seeing the progression up to 10 years old in how they're teaching this stuff in the Seattle Public Schools on their website right now under health education. Let's finish up, guys.
Hi there, students. My name is Brennan Ham. I'm
Oh,
health
same
education
outfit.
specialist and trainer for Seattle Public Schools. I prefer my name to pronouns, but anything said with respect is great. So they, she, and he all work for me. I'm very excited because one of the parts of my job that is so fun is that I get to read amazing stories and books to students like you. So we are going to read a book for 5th graders, and this book is called Red, a Crayon Story.
I don't know why they're reading a book about a crayon in the
Red, a
5th
Crayon
grade, but
Story is
okay.
written and illustrated by
Seems a little
Michael
young
Hall.
for the 5th grade, if I'm honest about it.
So let's take a look at the cover itself and see what we notice. We see a crayon that's labeled red, but we also see this crayon is colored a lot of different things blue. It gives us a window into what we might see.
Crayon's labeled red, but it colors blue.
Okay, so we have 5 key words that we're going to cover
Oh,
that
good.
are really important to help us better understand this story and think about how we can apply what we learn in this story to our lives. So the first word is acceptance. So take a moment and think, what does acceptance mean? The second word is gender identity. Gender identity. What does that word mean? Where have you seen it before? Next word is gender role. Then we have the word stereotype and the word transgender. Now take a look at the definitions that we provide for each of these words at Seattle Public Schools. Acceptance. Acceptance is the act or state of being supportive, kind, or friendly to others. It is especially important to show acceptance to groups that are different than you. Gender identity. Gender identity is a person's internal, deeply felt sense of being either a man, woman, neither, both, somewhere in between, or something altogether different. Gender role. Gender roles are cultural ways of how men and women are supposed to act. We can think of expectations of men and women. Stereotype. Stereotype is to believe unfairly that all people with a particular characteristic are the same. For example, only girls can like flowers, simply because one girl may like a flower.
Why is it?
Transgender.
Oh,
Transgender is when a person's biological sex or the
Never
body
mind.
and body parts that a person is born with do not align with that person's gender identity. So their internal sense of being a man, woman, neither, both, somewhere in between, or something altogether different. For example, when someone is assigned male at birth and raised as a boy, but deeply feels and knows themselves to be a girl on the inside. So I want us to think about these words and apply them as we read the story together. Let's go ahead and begin. Michael Hall's Red, a Crayon Story. As told by me.
this is for
A
5th
pencil.
grade.
He was red.
He's not red, he's blue. He has a red wrapper. He's blue.
But he wasn't very good at it. Oh dear, says Olive.
He has on a red
His teacher
outfit.
thought he needed more practice.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'll draw a red strawberry, then you draw a red strawberry. You can do this, really. The teacher's name is Scarlett. And here's Red.
Red is not red. He's just wearing an outfit.
But he couldn't, really. Like this? Oh my, let's try that again. His mother thought he needed to mix with other colors. Why don't you two go out and draw a nice round orange? Here's yellow and red, because yellow and red, you know, make orange. A really big one, says yellow.
And no one
A
was
really
able to
orange
identify
one, says
that
red.
he
Let's see
was
what they
wearing an
make.
outfit. Oh
But
my
they made
God.
a big greenish
This is
one,
not for the 5th grade. I'm sorry.
Yuck!
This is not 5th
says
grade.
yellow. Oops, says Red.
Holy shit. Alexandra says, OMG, I remember my daughter's class reading this book in kindergarten before I removed her from public school. This book is not for 5th grade. I'm sorry. I don't know in what universe I don't know where this book is going that they think it belongs in 5th effing grade, but this is not a 5th grade book. I'm sorry. This is a book that is obviously and clearly written for a much younger audience than 5th grade.
His grandparents thought he wasn't warm enough. Your class is making self-portraits for Parents' Night. Wear this warm red scarf. Here's Silver and Gray.
Oh, Silver and Gray are
Nice.
the grandparents.
It's so you.
That's funny. That's clever.
Students,
I like
why
that.
do you think the grandparents are portrayed as small and used? Let's think.
Because they're old, and old people
We know that
shrink.
the more we use a crayon, or the longer we have the crayon, the more likely it is to be used, and the smaller it gets, because the more it's used.
Old people
So
shrink.
this is to demonstrate their age. Let's keep reading. But it so wasn't. Oh dear me. So here is a self-portrait by Goldie. Here we have a self-portrait by Teal. Here's one by Purple. One by Orange. One by Green. And one by Red. But it's blue. Let's keep reading. Everyone seemed to have something to say. Amber says, sometimes I wonder if he's really red at all. Hazelnut says, don't be silly. It says red on his label. Cocoa Bean says,
It's a book about labels.
It came that way from the factory.
Oh my god.
Fuchsia says, frankly, I don't think he's very bright. Grape says, well, I think he's lazy. Army Green says, right? He's got to press harder. Steel Gray says, really apply himself. Sunshine says, give him time, he'll catch on. And Sea Green says,
Sea green was my favorite color, for the
And
record.
students, how do you think the
Could you
art
tell that
supplies
sea
can
green
and
was
should
at some
help
point
red?
my favorite color?
So it looks like they all came to their own conclusions and started working on red without red's consent, without talking to red about how red feels. How do you think that makes red feel? How would that make you feel if people
I'm
going
gonna
to
try LSD and read this book.
about you and how you feel if you were feeling
I didn't just
depressed?
say that out of nowhere. There was a
Okay,
chat,
very good.
just for the record.
Let's keep reading and find out more.
I'm definitely going to try LSD and read this book. I feel like that would make this
But even
experience
with
so
all our
much
help
better.
and all his hard work, our hearts,
All the colors would pop off the
hearts would be
paint.
drawn in red, red cherries, red foxes, red toenails. He just couldn't get the hang of it. There's black, yellow, and green working together, trying to make a stoplight, but we notice that it's blue. And here we have red who's run away. Ugh.
Poor Red.
One day, he met a new friend. This friend's name is Barry. Will you make a blue ocean for my boat? I can't. I'm red. Will you try? Asks Barry. So he did. Thank you. It's perfect, says Barry. Fred says, you're welcome. It was easy. And he didn't stop there.
Red just needed to accept that he was blue all
bells,
along.
Blue jeans.
Put on a blue outfit.
Blue bird.
Change his name.
Blueberries.
Holy
blue whale.
hell.
I'm blue.
Red knew all along he had
Red
a
is
feeling
crossed out. You'll
that he
notice
was
right
blue.
here. He was blue.
Oh my
And
god.
everyone was talking. Olive says, my son is brilliant. Amber says, who could have known he was blue? Hazelnut says,
Who indeed?
I always said he was blue.
Who indeed
Cocoa
could have
Bean
known?
says, it was obvious. Barry says, his blue ocean really lifted me. Sea Green says, all of his work makes me happy. Brown says, his blue strawberries are my favorites. Apple Green says, he's so intense. Yellow says, I'm going to make a green lizard with him, a really big one. Yellow is the character who wanted to make an orange. Gray says, I hear he's working on a huge new project. And Scarlet says, he's really reaching for the sky. And he really was. There's blue creating a blue sky. And that concludes our
That
book,
is one of the dumbest
Michael Hall's
fucking
book,
books that I've
Red
ever heard
Crayon
in my
Story.
life.
Thank you so much, students, for reading that with me. Now, I want us to reflect on the different experiences that Red had, where Red got to witness and experience acceptance and allyship, and what a monumental change that was compared to before, when people were telling Red that he was wrong for being who he was. Now, I want us to think about, how might this story apply to gender? Take a moment and think. Some examples could include somebody whose label says boy, but the inside color says girl. They know themselves to be a girl. Another example could include, he looked one way, but felt another. Those are great answers. Now, I also want us to take a moment and do a really fun activity. I would love for you to take a sheet of paper and draw yourself a crayon on it. You're going to draw the top of the crayon like this, the wrapper of the crayon, the label, and the bottom of the crayon.
This is for 5th graders?
Now, I have one right here for you to show you what we have done. So here is an
Oh,
example
he's a pink crayon in
of
a
what your crayon could look
freaking
like.
yellow
Now, on the
outfit.
label, you're going to write or draw, whatever you'd like to do, things that people see at first glance, regardless of whether or not those things are true. So, for example, I might write on my label, tall. That'd be a good one. Or earrings. And on the inside label, I might write some things that people don't know about me. So, for example, I might write swimming, because I love to swim. People might not know that about me. But you're welcome to make this a little deeper or more meaningful to you. Once you're finished, I'd love for you to share it with a parent, guardian, or older sibling if you feel so comfortable. This is a great opportunity for us to reflect
I would
on
definitely
the
not
ways
feel
that all
comfortable
of
doing
us
that.
are unique. All of us have our own experiences around how we express
I'm
ourselves.
going to go explain this exercise to Victor
also
in a minute.
How
I'll be like, Victor, you need to
perceive
draw
us,
yourself as a
right?
crayon.
Sometimes those things are aligned. Sometimes
And
they're
if there's
different.
anything that you want me
But
to
no
know
matter
about you,
what
write
we
it on the
experience, we
inside of the
must always
crayon.
remember that at Seattle Public Schools, we support and love everyone. That we all deserve acceptance, and we all deserve that experience of allyship or supporting one another, especially when folks are different from us. So thank you so much for reading this book with me. Thank you for joining me on this activity, and I wish you all a wonderful day. Take good care. Bye, students.
Well, everyone, if you were a crayon, what color crayon would you be? And what would your wrapper say? That was the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. That was the R word that I'm not going to say. But it was. It was gay and something ed. What the heck? That was for 5th graders? Are you kidding me? Come on, dude. All right, we have done it. We have successfully made our way through all of the videos that the Seattle Public Schools have on their website as part of their gender curriculum. I don't know how I don't know. Like I'm processing. I'm having a moment with all of this. This was a little bit much for me. Again, I don't know if you all heard this, but in my headphones, he sounded like he was in a boiler room in a basement, and it made the whole thing really creepy, and I didn't like it. But I liked some of the lessons that they taught in the books. I actually did. I liked some of the lessons. I actually didn't think there was anything too crazy in any of the books. There was no overt sex. Like my bar right now for like children's books is so low because I'm like, as long as there aren't illustrations of people fucking, then I don't care. That is literally my bar, because I have indeed seen children's books for ages 4 through 8 with illustrations of adults having sex, like overt nudity. And I'm like, as long as we're not doing that in elementary school, I mean, I guess everything else is okay. Maybe this is how they get away with this stuff, where they're like, we're going to show you some of the most crazy shit that has ever been taught in elementary school ever. And you're like, no, that's a really bad idea to teach that. But then they're like, okay, you don't want that? Here's some less crazy stuff. And it's going to look less crazy by comparison. And like, now I don't even know if I even have like the presence of mind to know what is age appropriate anymore. I do question this. I'm like, what is even age appropriate? I don't know. But I don't think there was anything overtly wrong in most of those books. I thought some of them were stupid. I didn't like how they presented the material. I don't like the fact that they say gender is but a feeling. Yeah, exactly. They've moved the Overton window. That is exactly right. They have moved the Overton window so that you don't even know what's appropriate anymore. That's probably the scariest thing of all. Got this super chat. Wesley, thank you for the super chat. Dr. Carlin, they are trying to recreate your Trump rally story with some dude. Don't I know it? If you guys didn't catch this, I actually wrote about this last night. I have a Substack called The Red Pill Diaries. You can find it at redpilldiaries.substack.com. Let me just put it in the chat if anyone wants to read it. I actually wrote about this last night. They found someone to replace me. They found this, someone sent this to me. It was the first thing I saw yesterday. Liberal man makes friends at Trump rally. I was like, holy shit. They've replaced me. You know what? I'm not even mad about it. I am not even mad about it. More power to him. I think the more people who are waking up, the better. I think that lefties going to Trump rallies and realizing that not everyone there is a Nazi is actually a good thing. I just think it's hilarious. I legitimately think it's hilarious that they went out and found someone to replace me with my exact same story. And honestly, it made me wonder. It was like, how many times have they done this? Have there been other people like me that I just don't know about because they came before my time and I wasn't paying attention? Is he going to get a PragerU video? Is he going to get canceled by PragerU when he decides that the right is just as full of shit as the left is? I don't know, man. But I for real though, I wish this guy the very best of luck. I hope that he has a much better experience with the right than I ended up having. Like, I had a great experience for a little bit, and then they all went insane after Joe Biden got inaugurated, and then I stopped having a good experience because I left the left for a reason, and I didn't do it to join the other tribe on the right. And no regrets on leaving the left. I don't regret going to that Trump rally. I wish the right was better. And I genuinely hope that this guy has a better time than me. I really, really do. But if you want to hear my thoughts or read my... Actually, if you go into... So on the Red Pill Diaries Substack, I do something a little different, which is that I actually do a voiceover. I read the article, so you can actually listen to me read it. It only takes 5 minutes. This is a relatively short one. These are just stream of conscious essays about my Red Pill experience that I've been just like playing around with. So if you want to read my thoughts on my replacement, that is available at redpilldiaries.substack.com. But again, like, I'm not even mad about it. I wish him the very best. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a little weird that they consider this news. Looking back on it, I think it's weird that I was considered news. And I am deeply gratified to have moved beyond that portion of my life and to be focusing on what I want to do, which is expose the craziness in the public schools. Guys, if you enjoyed the stream today, we did a deep dive into the Seattle public schools. We could probably keep doing this deep dive, but it's been about 4.5 hours and I want to go. I'm tired, man. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm old. But the reason that I do this stuff is that I am working on raising money to build an online training program called Schools Exposed that I want to train 10,000 parents how to find out what the public schools are doing just by looking at their websites, looking at publicly available information, very similar to what we did today. Look what we did today in a couple of hours. We uncovered the strategic plan for the Seattle public schools. We know that their entire strategic plan is built around equity. We know they're teaching oral sex in the 4th grade because we found their sex ed curriculum. Thank you, bot. We watched all of their gender book kit that they're teaching from kindergarten through the 5th grade. We found we found a socialist teacher that teaches at one of the high schools in Seattle. We found a lot of stuff today just on this one stream. And again, this is the type of stuff I want to teach parents how to do. Some might say it's just searching a website, and those people are not actually wrong. But the fact of the matter is that most parents are overwhelmed by this stuff when they first start approaching it. And I want to break it all down. I want to teach them the language that schools are using. I want to show them exactly what it looks so they can find out where this stuff is happening. I want to do it on a private training platform where we have on-demand videos and monthly live lessons. I want to create a community of parents that are all doing this, all keeping an eye on what's going on in their school district. I want to create state-by-state groups. If I'm putting 10,000 parents through this program, that's about 200 people per state. We can create state affinity groups, so we're all working together, all helping each other, things like that. So that's what I'm working on. That is what I'm raising money for. If you want to help me out, head over to unwokearmy.com/parents, or the URL is in the description or pinned to the top of the chat. That's going to redirect you to the Indiegogo campaign. And I did meet the fundraising goal. I met it in like 4 days, which I'm really, 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 really grateful for. But I am still raising money, and the more money that I get, the more I'm going to be able to put into this. So I really like one of the things that, and guys, like I've been asked, like some people have asked me, Carlin, are you going to take a vacation with this money? No, I'm not. No. I'm going to be a good steward. I know some of the people like that have donated this money, and I'm so appreciative of it, and I want to be a good steward of this money. So I'm not taking this money and going on vacation. I'm using it to pay for technology to to be able to deliver the training program. I'm using it to be able to focus my time on developing the program, because if I'm not if I'm not doing this, I have to do consulting work, because guys, YouTube don't pay the bills. It just doesn't. So I have to do consulting work. And if I'm doing consulting work, that means I'm not focusing on developing the program, because I do actually have a mortgage to pay and all that stuff. So I'm using it to focus my time. I'm using it to develop the technology. I'm using part of the proceeds of the program to fund FOIA requests or public records requests, because I think that that's important, and that's stuff that the Unwoke Army is going to be doing. What I would really like is a marketing budget, though, because if I'm going to get 10,000 parents through this program, I don't believe that any conservative influencers or media are going to help with this at all. I would be thrilled to be wrong, but I don't believe they are, because I don't believe they want to solve this problem. So I'm going to have to go old school and do some marketing, create like a grassroots campaign, deliver it, like do word of mouth, but I also want to do like old school marketing tactics. That's going to cost money. And so the more funds that I can raise in this program, the more parents that we're going to be able to push into the program, or at least get the attention of, because really what I want to do with this is get the attention of people who aren't in this space like we are, to help them understand what's going on, and to teach them how to keep an eye on their school, their kids' school, so that we can all rest a little bit easier that the schools have people watching them and they know what to look out for. So there are all sorts of levels you can donate on the Indiegogo. The program is going to launch in January. And if you want to be part of the first group who gets access to the program, you can do that with $50 donation right now. The $50 donations have a limited amount of slots, okay? So there are only 50 slots available at the $50 donation, because when I launch the program, it's going to be $99 fee, like one-time lifetime fee for access. So right now you can get that at $50. You can get that until those slots run out. Once the $50 slots run out, then that's going up to $75. That's the level it's going to stay at until the program launches. And if you would like to get not only access for you, but also a scholarship for someone else who can't afford it, I am going to be making that available to people who need the financial help. I think that is really important. And I'm really so happy that members of my community stepped up and said, Carlin, we want to pay a little bit more to give a scholarship to someone else. This was actually included as a perk because people asked me to include it. So that's going to be at the $90 level. At $100, you'll get first access to the program, and I'll send you an autographed copy of my book customized just to you. $250, you get private training. $500, I'll do the research on your school myself, and I'll tell you what you need to know. And at the $1,000 level, I will knit you a customized, completely original, hand knit shawl. If you don't like these crazy colors, that's okay. We'll pick out colors that you love. We will pick out colors that you and I select together. I will make sure that you're taken care of. We'll do a great pattern. You'll have a nice like hand knit thing that no one else has. And people who've been watching me a while know I don't sell my knitting ever, because I don't want knitting to be a job. I'm asked about my knitting all the time. I do not sell it. This is like pretty much the only time I have ever given people the opportunity to get a customized shawl from me. Mostly because this is something I do in my free time. I want to enjoy it, but I'm willing to do it for this. At the $1,000 level, we'll create a great custom-made creation that's just for you. Wesley, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. I really, really appreciate it. And I want to acknowledge TA here too. He says, I always feel a little more enlightened after watching your stuff. Also, my apologies for anyone from my side who hasn't made you feel welcome. They don't represent the majority of us. I appreciate that, TA. I know there are good people on the right. I know I shit on the right an awful lot because, to be quite frank, they have made my life a living, breathing hell for the last year and a half. And but not everyone's responsible for that. You're not responsible for that. Most people are not responsible for that. But that's the reality, and it kind of is what it is. And I'm really sorry that other people who haven't been responsible for that get caught up in this. So I do appreciate the support. I appreciate the compliment. I'm trying to do my best, and I appreciate you hanging out. All right, guys, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now. I'm tired, but congratulations on making it through the end of the stream. I will be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I don't know what I'm talking about yet. Maybe we'll keep looking into Seattle. Maybe we'll do something else. We'll have to see. But guys, take care. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you.